Welcome to Yankton Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank of Yankton. This broadcast is made possible by the following Sportscaster Club members: Midwest Insurance Agency, Murph's Appliance, Yankton Thrive, Stockman's Motorsports, Les Schwab Tires, Linda's Angel Crossing, MT and RC Smith Insurance Agency, Hy-Vee, Vichy, Elwood Dental, Floortech Restoration, Angela's Mexican Store, Yankton Rexall, KFC Taco Bell, SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, Slumberland, Larry's Heating and Cooling, America's Best Realty, Larson Carpet, Elkhorn Valley Bank, Anytime Fitness, King Buffet and Mongolian Grill, Yankton Medical Clinic, All Seasons Power Sports, Kaiser Heating and Cooling, Wince and Ray Funeral Home, First Dakota National Bank, JR's Oasis, Intech Cleaning and Restoration, The Bone Setter, Triple Time Rudy's, Farmers Union Insurance, Meridian Photo, Graham Tire, Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts, Kalen's Indoor Comfort, H&H Roofing, Boss's Pizza and Chicken, Wall of Fame, Midwest Ready Mix and Clark's Rentals, and Raven Books. Now, for the Anytime Fitness pregame show with the voice of Yankton Athletics, Zach Spear.
Hello and welcome to Spearfish, South Dakota, where the Yankton Bucks and Gazelles await a matchup against the Spearfish Spartans here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. All Yankton athletics are presented by First Dakota National Bank of Yankton. First Dakota has proudly supported the dreams and banking needs of their customers for over 150 years. They offer personal, business, and ag banking solutions for every stage of your journey, with 2 locations downtown and North Broadway, Yankton. For the first game of the night, it's the Gazelles taking on the Spartans in Spearfish. Both of these teams only have one more game to close out their regular season after this one, so it's time to make sure you've got your place in the Sodak 16. Yankton comes into this game with a 7-11 record, which has them still in the 13th seed, but inching closer to that number 12 seed. For Spearfish, they're currently 10-8, which has them as the number 11 seed in AA. For the two teams, it's been opposite of each other as of late, with the Gazelles coming off of back-to-back wins against the likes of T-Area and Brookings, while the Spearfish Spartans have dropped their last 3 against Harrisburg, Brandon Valley, and Rapid City Christian. Of course, that means they'll certainly be trying to right the ship before we hit playoffs. A look at the numbers inside of the season this year. Yankton scoring 45 points per game to Spearfish, who averages 44 points per game. Yankton on the defensive side of the floor gives up 52 points per game. Spearfish just shy of 39 points per game. For Yankton, their average game is a difference of about 7 points, swinging in favor of their opponents. For the Spartans, their average game is a 5.5 point differential, favoring them. Last year when they faced off, it was a great one, 50-47, with Spearfish coming out on top. And just talking about last season, the Spartans were a team that reached the state tournament, and it was still a very close and good game. Unfortunately for Yankton, they just couldn't quite get the win last season. This time around, it feels like the teams are a little bit more comparable, especially record-wise. Both offenses have scored in the mid-40s throughout the season, so the obvious number that sticks out is the Spartans' defense, giving up just shy of 39 points per game. Scoring has not come easy against them. For Yankton, it's going to be kind of what it's been all season long. They need their offense to come out firing and knocking down open shots when they get good looks. Of course, it's easier said than done. If they come out flat and struggle to shoot, it could be a very difficult night for Yankton, as against this Spearfish defense, it might be kind of hard to get up a lot of good looks, so you really need to capitalize and take advantage of that. Spearfish is going to focus, of course, on their defensive side of things and rely on their athleticism, as we've seen in the last couple of years. There's a lot at stakes as far as standings go. Spearfish is only half a point shy of the 8 seed, which of course is extremely important, as that would have them hosting their Sodak 16 game rather than having to take on the road. And when you live in Spearfish, you're about as far out as anyone, and if you can force your opponent to travel, all the power to you, so we'll see if they're able to do that. Of course, Yankton is just going to be looking to rise as much as possible before their season comes to a close, as right now, again, the 13th seed with 7 wins on the year, and it looks like very likely matchups in the Sodak 16 for them would have them traveling, well, quite the distance either way. It would be, looks like Aberdeen Central and Rapid City Stevens are the 2 most likely teams that they'll have to travel to take on. Of course, we'll just have to see how the cards play out. Right now on the floor, it is halftime of the boys JV game. Currently, Spearfish leads the Yankton Bucks with a score of 22-16 at the half. We'll take our first break of the night. When we return, we'll take a look at some of the other games going on around the state and what's going on in the standings for both the Bucks and Gazelles and how they can try and jump up in those standings and try to give themselves the best possible chance for a state tournament berth come end of season. This is Bucks and Gazelles basketball on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. When we return, we'll continue on with our Anytime Fitness of Yankton pregame show. Anytime Fitness Yankton, let's make healthy happen.
Interior technicians.
Jerry, I need your help. I'm in a real pickle.
How can we help? We clean carpets, furnace and duct cleaning, mold remediation, fire restoration, water damage restoration, office cleaning, and much more.
No, Jerry, I'm in a real pickle. I'm stuck and I can't get out. Hang on, I'll send you a pic so you can see what I mean.
Oh my gosh. When you need it clean, call the Intech team. Fixing pickles since 1984.
At Anytime Fitness Yankton, your fitness journey starts with one step, and Anytime Fitness will be with you every step of the way. Open 24 hours a day with top-of-the-line equipment and guidance you need to reach your goals. Plus, your membership gives you access to every Anytime Fitness gym anywhere. No matter your goals, no matter the time, you belong at Anytime Fitness Yankton, located at 2509 Fox Run Parkway. Start today at Anytime Fitness, where your fitness journey never stops.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small, just as it should be. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose, a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of choices to make sure you have the perfect coverage to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
Welcome to Wall of Fame, where style meets customization, specializing in crafting custom clothing and print shirts. We ensure every stitch and every print is of the highest quality, so you get the best clothes every time. We're here for all your promotion needs, and the best part, our process is seamless. Simply share your designs with us and we'll handle the rest. Get custom clothes for the best price. Wall of Fame.
Triple Time Rudy's on the corner of 16th and Broadway, Yankton. Stop in and check out their wide variety of items. Grab some snacks, whether you want chips, popcorn, or something sweet, they have it. Ice cold beverages, or when you need that boost in the morning, coffee. You can also grab the best locally produced meats, meat sticks, and cheeses in the area. Guaranteed fresh. For those hot days, grab a Freezy too. Get all your car needs and 5 cents off a gallon when using cash. All at Triple Time Rudy's, Yankton.
The Bonesetter Chiropractic, Yankton. I'm Dr. TJ Stotes. When you need chiropractic, we're here. We use a hands-on approach, decompression traction, electrical stimulation, acupuncture, and state-of-the-art examination techniques. We're happy to offer exercise and supplement advice as well. The Bonesetter Chiropractic, 215 Mulberry, Suite 9, Yankton. Call or text 605-401-5701. Bringing you comfort when there's discomfort.
And back to the floor as we continue on with our Anytime Fitness of Yankton pregame show as the Gazelles and the Spearfish Spartans to take the floor, set to start at 6 o'clock Mountain Time, 7 o'clock Central Time if you're still in Yankton or the surrounding areas. Well, we still got 5 minutes to go here in the third quarter of the JV boys game, so we are probably looking a little further out and maybe a little bit closer to a 6:30 start time. That's 6:30 Mountain Time, 7:30 Central Time for the Gazelles and Spartans tip-off. A look now at the scores going on and around the state. Only one score update as of right now for either boys or girls in AA. Where in girls AA, number 1 ranked Brandon Valley leads Huron at the half with a score of 33-19. Other games that'll be taking place today, Sioux Falls Jefferson, who's receiving votes in girls AA, currently 12-6, traveling in to take on Rapid City Central, who's 9-9. Of course, for Yankton, they're hoping for a Rapid City Central loss, as that is who's in the 12th spot, right above them in the standings. Sioux Falls Lincoln traveling to take on the number 5 ranked Aberdeen Central Golden Eagles. Sioux Falls Roosevelt in Pierre against the TF Riggs Governors. Roosevelt 6-13, Riggs 5-13. So that one could have a lot of playoff implications as far as which team will jump higher in the standings. Of course, tonight we've got Spearfish and Yankton. And here is a very good one. Number 3 ranked Sioux Falls Washington, 15-3 their record, takes on number 4 ranked Rapid City Stevens, who's 14-4. And then in the final game of girls AA tonight, Brookings will travel into Douglas to take on the Patriots. Brookings 2-16, the Douglas Patriots 4-14. Over to boys AA, Aberdeen Central will take on the number 1 Sioux Falls Lincoln Patriots. Should they come out on top tonight, they will have a perfect record through the regular season. Pierre TF Riggs traveling to take on number 3 ranked Sioux Falls Roosevelt. Roosevelt 15-4, Pierre 6-12, and that's a team right behind the Bucks in the standings, so Yankton will be hoping for a Sioux Falls Roosevelt victory. Number 2 ranked Huron will travel to take on Brandon Valley, who's receiving votes. Huron 15-4, the Lynx 12-7. Sioux Falls Jefferson, who's receiving votes in Rapid City Central. Jefferson 9-9 this season, Rapid City Central 5-13. Of course, after the Gazelles take on the Spearfish Spartans here in Spearfish, then the Bucks will take on the Spartans. Spearfish right now in boys AA receiving votes with a 14-4 record, and the Bucks, as we'll get into that more of that later, but currently 6-12, but playing as good as any team in AA. Also going on, Brookings and Douglas will duke it out at Douglas High School. Brookings 1-17, the Patriots, Douglas Patriots 4-14, who Yankton will see tomorrow. And then in the final game of action of the night, Sioux Falls Washington, who's receiving votes, will take on Rapid City Stevens in Rapid City. Sioux Falls Washington 8-10, Rapid City Stevens 5-13 to open the season. Or not to open the season, but as we near the end of our regular season actually. As now we'll take a look here at the standings for both the Bucks and the Gazelles and realistically where they could end up and who they could end up playing. We'll start with the Yankton Gazelles, as I mentioned, coming into this one. 7-11 their record, and they enter as the 13th seed in girls AA. If the season ended right now, they would take on number 4 ranked, the Rapid City Stevens Raiders. Rapid City was a team Yankton saw about a week and a half ago and really felt like a not great matchup for the Gazelles, as it was one of the probably worst losses of the season, so hoping to see someone else. If they can jump up to that 12 seed, as I mentioned, Rapid City Central is right above them in 12th, about 0.44 seed points ahead of them. And Yankton, should they jump over the top of Rapid City Central, will then take on number 5 ranked Aberdeen Central. If they can manage to jump up a couple spots, it's going to be tough. But in that 11 spot right now is the Spearfish Spartans. If the Gazelles could pull off an upset here tonight and then win tomorrow, they would have an opportunity to jump up to that 11 seed, which then would have them lined up against the Sioux Falls Jefferson Cavaliers, which wasn't necessarily a great matchup for Yankton. But if you don't have to travel 4 hours or even the 5 hours to Rapid City, you feel like you might just give yourselves a slightly better opportunity. So we'll see how that pans out for Yankton, currently about a half seed point above the 14th seed in Sioux Falls Roosevelt. Should they drop into that 14 spot, they take on the number 3 ranked Sioux Falls Washington Warriors. And in girls AA, you feel like you've got your top 2 teams. You've got Brandon Valley and you've got the O'Gorman Lady Knights. And those are the 2 teams that you absolutely do not want to see no matter what comes Sodak 16 time, because they are just that much better, it feels like, than the other top teams in AA. Then you kind of get to the Sioux Falls Washington, Rapid City Stevens Raiders, Aberdeen Central, and Sioux Falls Jefferson. Feels like they make up that next 4 of very good teams, and if you can try and avoid them, great. If not, for Yankton, it looks like that's probably where they're going to end up. If they could somehow manage to get all the way up to this 10 spot, that would match them up against Mitchell should the season end with Mitchell still in the 7th seed, which I do feel like would maybe be a more favorable matchup for the Gazelles. Into boys AA, the Bucks are also the 13 seed in AA. And right now they're a good ways behind the number 12 seed. But they play a very good Spearfish team here tonight. Should they come out on top, would be worth a lot of seed points, as the Spartans 14-4 on the year, and for now that would give 47 seed points for the Bucks, whose average right now is just shy of 39. But again, about a whole 1.1 seed points behind Mitchell, who's dropped now to the 12 seed. And then Yankton, they're not too far ahead of that 14th seed in the Pierre T.F. Riggs Governors, who've won a couple games as of late. They are less than half a seed point ahead of them. So right now, if the season ended, the Bucks would take on the number 4 ranked, or number 4 in the standings, Harrisburg Tigers, who are currently 15-5, and a team that you probably don't want to see too much. Should they jump up to that 12 spot, it would put them against the Watertown Arrows, one of the taller teams in the state. And then if Yankton drops to 14th, they're against Huron, who just might be one of the tallest teams I have ever seen in any high school athletics since I've seen, you look down their roster, 6'10", 6'9", 6'8", 6'6", another 6'6", probably one the Bucks don't want to see. We'll just see how the season pans out for both of these teams. But again, it's got to start here tonight. Both Yankton Bucks and Gazelles in action both tonight and tomorrow. Tonight it is the Spearfish Spartans that they take on, and then tomorrow against the Douglas Patriots. For the Spartans, both the boys and girls with winning records as it sits right now, and would be very good seed points for the Bucks and Gazelles. And then Douglas, if you look at them for boys, 4-14, and 4-14 as well for the girls. But either way, a win is going to boost the standings for Bucks and Gazelles, as right now Yankton's average seed point is 38.9, Gazelles is 39.5. Of course, it's a lot of numbers, and you can't really say for sure who's going to end up where, but it is kind of interesting just to see who might match up. The Gazelles, again, most likely matchups are looking like Rapid City Stevens or Aberdeen Central. For the Bucks, it could be anyone from Huron, Harrisburg, or Watertown. And then, of course, if there's shifting at the top, Spearfish is in the 6th spot right behind number 5 ranked Watertown Arrows by 0.05 seed points. So should they jump up into the 5 spot, and then Yankton gets up to the 12 spot season end, this would then be your matchup here for the Sodak 16. 1 quarter to go here in the JV boys game, as the Spearfish Spartans currently lead the Bucks 37-29 as we start inching closer and closer to tip-off for Gazelles and the Spartans. We'll step aside for another moment. I did get a chance to talk with both head coaches ahead of this matchup. For the Spartans, it is Dakota Johnson, has her team with a 10-8 record. As always, head coach Blake Savvy for the Gazelles. When we return that chat, we start with Dakota Johnson. It's all here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton, streaming on YouTube. Now, due to some shifting of games and everything, the recorded interviews will say Fox Sports Radio, but I promise you are tuned in to Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Starting the first bank in South Dakota was the easy part, earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
Authentic Mexican food goods with the family touch is here in Yankton at Angela's Mexican Store. From fresh produce and meats to the spices and the snacks you miss from home. Traveling or just moved? No problem. They accept money from many different countries. Check out the different kinds of money on the wall. Family owned, family loved. They treat you like family. Angela's Mexican Store, where culture meets community. Stop in today.
Les Schwab Tires, located at 2809 Broadway in Yankton. It's the place to buy tires with all different tread types to fit your needs and rims ready to make your vehicle shine. Not only do they sell tires, they fix them too. Flats, brakes, alignments, and more. You can feel confident that your car will be taken care of. No waiting for your tires, they should have them in stock. If you're looking for tractor or semi-tires, those are available too. Les Schwab Tires, where the sign says it all.
MT and RC Smith Insurance has been a part of the Yankton community since 1949. Our agency would love to help you with your home, auto, business, life, and long-term care insurance needs.
We take pride in providing you with quality service when you have a claim or need to make changes to your coverage.
The MT and RC Smith Insurance Agency is flexible to meet with you in person or at the office at 204 West 4th Street. Give them a call for insurance changes, payments, claims, or service requests.
Craving something boss-level delicious? Come out to Boss Pizza and Chicken, where flavor meets delicious and delicious meets drooling. Your taste buds won't be the same when you taste the bold flavors of Boss Pizza and Chicken. From crispy chicken to juicy burgers to handcrafted specialty pizzas, Boss has it all. Serving lunch and dinner Monday through Sunday starting at 11 o'clock. That's why they're the boss. Boss Pizza and Chicken, just waiting to crush your cravings.
Warmer days are coming, and sooner or later your air conditioning will need to kick in as well. But what if it doesn't? Well, don't wait. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling. With 43 years in the business, we're very knowledgeable on what we do and how we serve our customers. You can rest assured that when you call day or night, someone will always pick up the call. Join our elite club today and become a priority member. Skip the line, get discounts on services, and have no overtime fees. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling for expert service from factory-trained technicians.
Hello and welcome to our Coaches Conversations. Now joining over the line is head coach Dakota Johnson of the Spearfish Spartans. Coach, how are you doing today?
I'm great, thanks.
Great to hear, and a 10-8 record for your team up to this point. What has the season been like for you and the team?
You know, we've had some ups and downs for sure, but overall I think we've learned a lot. I think we've grown a lot together, and we're approaching kind of the peak of coming together and finding a way to play our best basketball. So I think we're doing that at the right time, and very, very pleased with how we've competed thus far.
And could you tell me a few items that your team really has excelled at?
Early we had to develop that chemistry, and I think they've done a lot better job of that. Defensively, we've been very, very solid, holding teams to under their average a majority of the time, and letting that come into our offense a little bit more and more. So still a lot of room to grow, but like I said, I think we're inching our way there, and we're very, very close to being at our peak.
And now you host the Yankton Gazelles. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
I think Yankton's a really sneaky team. You know, didn't start the season off too hot, but I think they really start to figure it out at the end of the season, and I think they've been doing that. They did the same thing last year, so definitely not a team that we can take for granted. They've got some key players that we're going to have to shut down for sure, and I think it's going to be a really competitive, good matchup.
And who are some of the players on your team that we should expect to make big plays in this one?
You know, Kate Scharf has been playing at a very high level for us scoring-wise. Addie Bowman has been one of the most solid defenders that we've had. And we can have a handful of girls go off. We've got some girls coming off of the bench that have got us back into games and that sort of thing. So, like I said, really, really good mix of team chemistry, a lot of different combinations we can throw at them. But, Kate Scharf has been, like I said, really scoring the ball well for us. So we hope that we can have that tonight as well.
And what are going to be the keys to victory for your team in this matchup?
We got to make sure that we keep number 10 in check. She creates everything for them offensively, essentially. So we're going to try to keep the ball out of her hands as much as possible and, execute on offense, make sure that their defense doesn't throw us for a loop and that sort of thing. But really, really just trying to keep their scorers cold. And now we near the playoffs where every game is very important and only 2 remaining. What would it mean for you and your team should you win a SODAC 16 game? I mean, this would be huge for us. We're looking to get back there for the 3rd year in a row, and, we've been there before, and so we know what it takes, and we know that it's going to take a lot, and so we've got to be focused, we've got to be ready, and not take any opportunity for granted.
And what were some of the goals you had given your team before the season had started?
Going back to state was a big one. You know, we have the girls all list what their goals are, and every single one of them said they wanted to get back there. So we hope to reach that goal, but we can't do that without taking care of business in this last weekend of the regular season.
Well, Coach, appreciate the time. Should be a great game ahead of us.
You bet. Sure hope so.
Again, that was head coach Dakota Johnson of the Spearfish Spartans on our Coaches Conversations. Coming up, our chat with Gazelles head coach Blake Savvy on Fox Sports Radio, 101.5 AM 1570, and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
Slumberland Furniture at 2401 Broadway in Yankton, home of Kirkland Furniture Group's bedroom groups by Laguna and dining sets by Tower and Catadel. They're also the only place to offer furniture by Flex Steel and the biggest selection of Lazy Boy in the area. The Mattress Gallery is full of the best brand name mattresses in the business, including the all-new Tempur-Pedic Active Breeze personalized climate-controlled mattress. Slumberland Furniture, dining, bedroom sets, and mattresses in Yankton.
Doctors Lane, Reed, and Cole Swatsky make up the SWAT Chiropractic team. Check out their new location at 2000 Summit Street, Yankton, South Dakota. At SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, they'll treat your neck and back pain, headaches and migraines, plantar fasciitis, sciatica, sports injuries, elbow, knee, rotator cuff, nerve injuries, and more. SWAT Chiropractic, specialized wellness and therapy. Let them get you ready for wherever life leads you.
There's a whole new world out there. It's called the off-road, and it's waiting to be explored in a Polaris. So gear up to make every moment count with the Polaris off-road vehicle. The new Polaris models are now available at Stockman's Motorsports in Yankton. No matter the weather, get ready to tackle all the trails. With machines like these, your world just gets bigger. Stop in at Stockman's Motorsports today to learn more about the epic new Polaris off-road lineup.
Imagine working for a successful global business with customers in 140 countries. That's Vishay Intertechnology, a Fortune 1000 maker of electronic componentry. Now imagine a company of that size with that kind of stability and a caring family-like environment. Learn more about what you can do at Vishay by visiting VishayCareers.com. Vishay is an equal opportunity employer. Vishay, the DNA of tech.
When you need top-notch appliances that last, trust the experts at Murph's Appliance. From washers and dryers to refrigerators, they have all the trusted brands to keep your home running smoothly. At Murph's, you'll find Maytag appliances built for durability and service you can count on. Whether it's a new oven or a repair, they're there for you every step of the way. Stop on down to Murph's Appliance, your local Maytag dealer in Vermilion. Maytag and Murph's, reliable just like you.
This is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality health care, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
Back on our Coaches Conversations, head coach Blake Savvy of the Yankton Gazelles. Now your team coming off back-to-back wins, and lastly, a 56-24 victory over Brookings. Let's talk about that one.
Yeah, I felt like the girls came out and they had great effort from the jump, and I thought that the defensive just energy that we created and the way that we worked with each other really carried on to the offensive side of the ball and gave us some good opportunities both in transition and just kind of, I think the more that everybody stays engaged on the defensive end, that carries into the offensive end, and then you just kind of play very complimentary basketball, and I thought that we did that really well against Brookings.
And you pretty much answered my next question. Giving up only 24 points, you're going to win a lot of games. And you said that your team entered with great energy. Did you feel like maybe the game plan, their offense, also kind of played into your scheme? Or what was it that led to such a great performance?
Well, I thought the girls had a really good day of just preparation on Monday. You know, we we kind of try and do a little bit of shell defense against a lot of the opponent's actions and just kind of defending them. And but then it takes, they just kind of have to own that and still play good pressure defense, play in position, communicate with each other, and then be willing to just kind of put both feet in. And I thought we took a lot of smart risks. And so I would say we kind of kept them out of a lot of what they wanted to do. And that was kind of a big thing for us, and them, maybe panicking a little bit more than they normally do. And so it's just a lot of credit to our girls and the intensity and pressure that they came out with.
And I mentioned after the game with Coach Heider, it feels like your team has kind of built a three-headed monster with Wolfgram, Rao, and Kudera, and great depth as well. How do you feel teams are trying to game plan for your team?
Well, I think that changes it a lot, right? When you've got one player that you can try and take away that game plan, you can do a few things. You can try and not allow them to touch the ball. You can go with a junk defense. You can just throw some different things out there. And as soon as you start to get the second and third scoring threats, those things become a little bit more difficult to say that you're going to go to those types of defensive schemes, because when you can put a lot of threats out there, it's just really tough to focus on one individual. And so that's been a really big growth opportunity for our offense, is to just have some other girls step up and be able to score the ball at a high rate.
And now you take on the Spearfish Spartans. What are your thoughts on this one?
Well, I think, they've had plenty of good games this year, and they just had a really good win over Mitchell this month. I thought they played Harrisburg tight their last time out, and I think they're a good defensive team. Coach Johnson always has them ready to go on the defensive end. They change it up in between pressure man defense and then kind of a buzz zone defense where you're kind of trapping and trying to take up some gaps a little bit. And so we got to be ready for both of those things, make sure that we get our spacing right. We recognize what they're in, and then you attack it from the spacing and make sure that, that we do the best when we're spaced and organized and able to go from there.
And you talk about them being a good defensive team. Once you hit the playoffs, it feels like every team is going to be good defensively. How does that then prep you for these upcoming games?
Well, I think we make sure that we're doing what we need to do as far as just executing our stuff, starting with spacing, and then that allows us to find advantages and attack from there. And I think when we do those things, we're a very good offensive team when the ball is moving and we're attacking the paint and putting pressure on the rim. But that starts with getting our spacing. I think sometimes when we aren't as spaced and organized, it can get a little more difficult for us to attack how we need to. And so it's just communication on the floor and everybody being on the same page and then attacking from there.
And what have been the key focuses in practice leading up to this weekend?
Yesterday we just kind of took a day to rest a little bit and get a lot of shots up. I thought that, as far as Tuesday goes, that's competition is the best practice that you can get, right? And so to see our defense play the way that it did on Tuesday, that's a great day. And I thought we worked really hard. So we were kind of easy on our bodies yesterday and just got a lot of shots up. Today, we'll make sure that we spend a lot of time on the defensive end, making sure we're primed and ready to go into the weekend on that side of the ball, because we know that side of the ball generates a lot of things for us, and so that'll be a big focus today.
As always, appreciate the time. Good luck in this one.
Thank you.
You just heard from Gazelles head coach Blake Savvy. Yankton has made the trip all the way into Spearfish, and a great game is on the way. Keep it tuned here for it on Fox Sports Radio 101.5 AM 1570 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
I knew I should have had those brakes checked. At Graham Tire, it's all about safety. Tire mounting, balancing, wheel alignment, and shocks and struts and batteries, oil changes, and lube service. Graham Tire does these every day, and there's over an acre of tires. Graham Tire has them all, big and small. Tires for cars, trucks, campers, trailers, big rigs, and tracks. Honesty and integrity is a matter of pride since 1951. Graham Tire, Yankton.
Midwest Insurance Agency values family. Our agency has been family-run for over 60 years. We pride ourselves on excellent, knowledgeable customer service. This day and age, everyone is so eager to have an immediate response with a quote. But at Midwest Insurance, we take our time and evaluate your assets and make sure you are properly insured. We take those what-ifs very seriously. As we continue on our family business with hopes of our children, Brooke or Jet, taking over in the future, we will continue to be there for you always. Come be a part of our family. Midwest Insurance Agency, 3016 Piper Street, Yankton.
Welcome to JR's Oasis, your one-stop food and gas shop. Proud to serve Phillips 66 regular, premium, and diesel fuel. After fueling, go inside for slushies and shakes, ice cream cones, and now offering a full line of healthy, chilled items and snacks. JR's hot menu is great for breakfast, lunch, and supper, featuring the famous Hammer Breakfast Sandwich and fresh hand-patty burgers. Try the new Cafe Tango frozen coffees for that extra boost of deliciousness. JR's Oasis, East Highway 50, Yankton.
If you want somebody to come into your home and fix everything right the first time, look professional, act professional, treat you with respect, you gotta call Kaylin's. When they come in, I feel that they want to be there. I feel that they want to help me.
You know, they put on the little booties over their shoes. They had canvas from the garage door all the way down to walk on. They left the furnace room in the basement probably cleaner than it was when they came in.
They just do customer service very well. I would recommend Kaylin's to anyone.
From simple sniffles to complex health conditions, the primary care providers at Yankton Medical Clinic will not only see you for your annual visits, screenings, and preventative care, but also provides care for the entire family, from pediatrics to adults. With 4 clinic locations and 15 outreach locations throughout South Dakota and Nebraska, compassionate, quality medical care is closer than you think. For more information on providers, services, and locations, visit our website, yanktonmedicalclinic.com.
If you're into hunting, fishing, towing, or just want to blaze the trail, All Seasons has ATVs, UTVs, dirt bikes, and scooters from quality brands like Honda, Yamaha, and CF Moto. Needing watercraft? All Seasons has a large selection of quality boats and wave runners, and we take pride in service after the sale. We have friendly certified technicians that will winterize, summarize, diagnose, and repair your power sports equipment. In business for over 20 years for good reasons. We're All Seasons, Power Sports and Marine in Yankton.
And back to the floors. We've got quite the game going here in JV action, where the Spearfish Spartans, it's in the final 20 seconds here in the fourth quarter. The Spearfish Spartans currently lead the JV Yankton Bucks. Your score 52-47. They're also at the free throw line here to try and extend that lead. Bucks had a three-pointer that would have brought it within 2. Swirl in and out on the other side, and it was brought in by the Spartans. So if our varsity games are as good as this one, we are in for a couple of great basketball games here tonight. The first free throw is missed. And now and one thing to note in this JV game, Spearfish has now missed 3 straight free throws. They could have an 8-point lead here with 19 seconds to play. Currently, it's only at 5. It's a 2-possession game as they just missed their 4th now in a row. Yankton will sprint it down the floor. Tegan LaCroix scores it off the glass quickly. And the final timeout going to be called here by Yankton as they brought it within 3 points with 14 seconds to play. For the Yankton Gazelles, a huge opportunity here tonight as they take on the Spearfish Spartans, who are currently 10-8. Yankton comes into this one 7-11. Of course, that would be huge seed points-wise for Gazelles, who just look to get as high as possible between tonight's game and tomorrow's game. That will be tip-off at 1 o'clock Mountain Time, 2 o'clock Central Time. That will be on Fox Sports Radio, 101.5 AM 1570, and Yankton streaming on YouTube, as that's a doubleheader for the Bucks and Gazelles against the Douglas Patriots. Gazelles' last in action was this Tuesday on a road trip into Brookings. Your final score was Yankton winning big time, 56-24. Your stats in that one: Kelson Wells with 4 points and 2 rebounds. Jocelyn Elwood with 4 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 steals. Eden Wolfgram put up 13 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 5 steals. Nora Kraske with 1 point, 2 rebounds, an assist, and 3 steals. Berkeley Olson, who's been getting some more playing time here as of lately for Yankton, with 2 rebounds in that game. Jordan Kudera again leading the way in scoring. She was our Kaiser Heating and Cooling hot hands of the game. Or no, actually, I think it was September Rao, excuse me. But Kudera did lead in scoring, 17 points, 6 rebounds, 1 assist, and 2 steals. Isabel Sheldon had an assist in that one, and September Rao with 10 points, 5 boards, and a steal. And again, she was the hot hands of the game. That's because she had 3 first-half triples. That was really a big part of the reason why her team got out to a hot start. and was able to end up winning that one and just really grab a huge lead and never look back, is because she was absolute money from range on the floor. So she had 10 points, 5 boards, and a steal. Sabrina Kraske in that one with 1 assist. Brenna Elwood with 2 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist. Olivia Woods with 1 point and 1 rebound. And Madeline Tarashinsky with 3 points. We also saw on the floor that night Lucy Johnson as well as Addison Muth. And just didn't quite get a stat recorded in that one. And in the game, the Gazelles scored 56 points, 27 rebounds, 9 assists, and 13 steals. For Yankton on the season, they average only 19.5 rebounds per game, so to get 27, 8 beyond what you normally get, just a very impressive performance overall for the Gazelles, and that has really been trending in the right direction. As earlier heard Coach Savvy talk about it in our pregame interview, the defensive rebounding of Yankton has certainly been improved, especially if you look at last year, which saw them at about a 50% defensive rebound percentage, and so it's a half chance of the Gazelles getting it or not getting it. And that's improved greatly, about 70% this season as the game wraps up on the floor. The Spartans come away with a close one. It was 54-50. Your final score is now we can officially start our countdown to tip-off between the Yankton Gazelles and the Varsity Spartans. They'll have 15 minutes on the clock. And before we get to our tip-off, it is senior night here in Spearfish. So we'll have a honoring and recognition on the floor before game time. And then tip-off, which is getting pushed back a little bit here tonight. But appreciate you joining and tuning in here tonight on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. I'm Zach Spear, and if you enjoy Yankton Athletics, consider subscribing to Yankton streaming on YouTube. That way, you'll be notified every time we go live with Yankton Athletics, whether it's Bucks football, Bucks and Gazelles basketball, Gazelles softball, some Yankton baseball possibly, and had a couple of soccer games this year. We've done wrestling. So if you just want to be notified, hit that subscribe button. And as we were kind of talking about the stats in that game for the Gazelles, they also had 9 assists and 13 steals. You always kind of shoot for that double-digit marker for the steals. And the Gazelles were able to top that. In the game, Yankton shot 42% from the floor, and they also shot 42% on the three-point line. When you're able to shoot almost 50%, if you can shoot over 40% from downtown, things are going well, and it was part of the big reason why the Gazelles were able to win big time. At the free throw line, it was pretty similar to what we've seen from them on the season. Yankton, a 65% team from the line, and were 61% in their last game, 17 of 28. And that was another thing I talked about with Coach Savvy and Coach Heider, as it was Yankton getting to the line 28 times. You do that, you're going to win a lot of ball games. Yankton's season averages on shooting 37% from the floor and 31% from three-point land. In that game, they shot 5% higher than their normal clip, and from beyond range, they shot 11% higher. It was just a very impressive performance from the Gazelles, as they are actually doing senior night here before they start with the warm-ups, as both the cheerleaders and the seniors on the squad will be recognized for the Spartans. The seniors on their squad include number 3, senior forward, Adeline Bowman. Senior guard, number 4, Callie Reiners. Senior guard, number 11, Taylor Vito. Senior forward, number 21, Tierson Grubb. And to round off the Spartan seniors, senior guard, number 23, Kate Sharp. For the Gazelles, as always, of course, we already had senior night, but love shouting them out. The seniors on their squad include Kelson Wells, Addison Muth, Nora Kraske, and Sabrina Kraske. In Yankton Athletics as well going on, as we have the state tournament for wrestling. Do have an update on that. Chase Platt, congratulations to Chase Platt advancing to the championship finals at the 165 weight range at the state tournament going on this weekend. Again, a big congratulations to Chase Platt for advancing to the championship finals at the wrestling state tournament, wrestling at the 165 weight division. A look now at the South Dakota Media Prep polls as well as the South Dakota Power 5 poll in girls AA. On the prep poll, number 1 ranked Brandon Valley, again still undefeated and looking to close out their regular season, staying perfect without a loss. They remain on top. O'Gorman remains in second. Sioux Falls, Washington still in third. Rapid City Stevens still in fourth. And Aberdeen Central still in fifth. No changes in those top 5. Also receiving votes, Sioux Falls, Jefferson, and Mitchell. Then to the South Dakota Power 5 poll, it's essentially identical with Brandon Valley in first, Sioux Falls, O'Gorman second, Sioux Falls, Washington third, Rapid City Stevens 4, and Aberdeen Central number 5. The only difference is just Mitchell receiving 1 vote and no votes received for Sioux Falls, Jefferson. To the boys in AA on the media prep poll, Sioux Falls Lincoln, who plays tonight, 19-0. A win would have them a perfect season, as they've pretty much, I believe they have been the number 1 ranked team since the start of the season and have not left that 1 spot since. Huron made the jump all the way from 4th ranked into the 2nd spot. Sioux Falls Roosevelt was 2nd, has now dropped to 3rd. Watertown moved up 1 spot. They were 5th, now are 4th. And for 5th place, we have a tie between Harrisburg and T-Area. The Titans dropping from when they were 3rd ranked. Harrisburg was receiving votes, so they moved up. Also receiving votes, a lot of teams here on the South Dakota Media Prep poll. Sioux Falls, Washington, Brandon Valley, Spearfish, Sioux Falls, Jefferson, and Bishop O'Gorman. To the South Dakota Power 5 poll for boys AA, Sioux Falls, Lincoln in first, Huron in second, Watertown in third, which is different from the media prep poll. Sioux Falls, Roosevelt has dropped to 4th, with Harrisburg the sole owner of that 5 spot. Also receiving votes in boys AA on the South Dakota Power 5 poll, T-Area and Sioux Falls O'Gorman. The senior night activities have not quite wrapped up here on the floor in Spearfish, as getting some final pictures here at half court. And now the team's getting ready to take to the floor and try to get some basketball in here coming up shortly. Again, the tip-off was slated for about 21 minutes ago. We're looking still about 15 to 20 minutes out here on the floor. Not that uncommon, so to speak here, especially when you've got senior night and closing the end of the regular season as we continue on with our Anytime Fitness of Yankton pregame show. Couple of score updates again from around the state in girls AA. Number 1 ranked Brandon Valley leads Huron 52-31 in the final minute of their game. So Brandon Valley is going to come away with another victory as they are 1 step closer to a perfect regular season. Aberdeen Central, who's the number 5 ranked team in girls AA, at half leading big time over Sioux Falls Lincoln. That score 38-14. No other score updates in girls AA, but the other games going on tonight. Sioux Falls Jefferson, who's receiving votes, takes on Rapid City Central. And that's an important game for Yankton, as they could possibly play Jefferson in the Sodak 16, and they're going to try to jump over the top of Rapid City Central, who's currently 1 place in front of them in the standings. Sioux Falls Roosevelt will take on the Pierre T.F. Riggs Governors. Number 3 ranked Sioux Falls Washington against number 4 ranked Rapid City Stevens. That should certainly be a good one. Yankton possibly going to play Rapid City Stevens in the postseason. And then Brookings will take on Douglas in the final game of girls AA. In boys AA, we do have 1 score update here, as the number 1 ranked Sioux Falls Lincoln Patriots leading Aberdeen Central with 3 minutes left in the first half, 34-15, and that Sioux Falls Lincoln team, they've got high aspirations, and for a reason. They're as good as any team, and they are proving it. They have not lost this season, and a win here tonight for them would give them an undefeated regular season. They've rightfully claimed that number 1 spot. Teams are not going to want to play them come Sodak 16 time. No other updates in boys AA, but the other games going on. Number 3 ranked Sioux Falls Roosevelt will take on Pierre T.F. Riggs. That's important for the Bucks, because Pierre T.F. Riggs right below Yankton in the standings, and the Bucks trying to stay on top of them. So they will be hoping for a Sioux Falls Roosevelt victory tonight. Huron, who jumped up to the number 2 spot in the rankings, travels into Brandon Valley to take on the Lynx, who are receiving votes, and that one could certainly shift things in the standings as well. Of course, tonight it is a doubleheader where the Yankton Bucks will take on the Spartans after the Gazelles are done on the floor. Bucks an opportunity to get a lot of seed points, but this is a tough opponent for both the Bucks and Gazelles against two very good Spearfish teams. And then Sioux Falls Jefferson, who's receiving votes, will travel to take on the Rapid City Central Cobblers. Sioux Falls Washington into Rapid City Stevens. Washington, a team that is receiving votes. And then the final game in boys AA of the night, Brookings taking on Douglas. That game set for 7 o'clock Mountain Time, 8 o'clock Central Time, as right now 6:25 Mountain Time, 7:25 Central Time. And the clock is on for the warm-ups, and we have officially started our stopwatch here before tip-off, which, of course, before we get to tip-off, there'll be national anthem, starting lineups, and then a great game on the way. We'll step aside again here on the Anytime Fitness Yankton pregame show. Yankton Athletics, also presented by our corporate sponsor, First Dakota National Bank of Yankton. When we return, what to expect in this game, and maybe some players for the Spearfish that I think are going to maybe make a big impact in this one. It is senior night. That always adds a little bit extra energy, and we'll see for Spearfish how their crowd reacts on a senior night here tonight. This is Gazelles basketball live and coming close to in action on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Do you like to read? I love to read. So does Raven Books, your unique bookstore in Yankton, where you'll find thousands of books from brand new to gently used oldies but goodies, all at unbeatable prices. Trade in your old favorites for credit and be able to explore something new. Whether you're a casual reader or a bookworm, Raven Books is your next chapter, located at 804 Bill Baggs Road. Raven Books, where every book finds a home.
Weather around here gets pretty crazy. Are you sure the weather hasn't caused damage to your roof? Let Justice at H&H Roofing in Yankton take any roof damage worries away. He'll come and inspect your roof. Even if you've had an inspection, get a second opinion or re-inspection for your peace of mind. H&H Roofing has built their reputation on working to satisfy homeowners for years. Family owned and operated. H&H Roofing is bonded and insured. Contact Justice today.
Dive into the delicious all-you-can-eat Asian buffet, featuring mouth-watering Asian cuisine like broccoli beef, General Chicken, sesame chicken, so much more. Or choose from a fresh selection of meats, noodles, rice, vegetables, Asian-inspired sauces, and watch them sizzle on the Mongolian grill. Plus tantalizing desserts, including ice cream. Get your fill at King Buffet and Mongolian Grill, North Broadway, Yankton.
Do you realize what your Yankton Hy-Vee has to offer? Aisles online, delivery, catering, fresh floral and bakery departments, pharmacy with drive-up, and online prescription refills, Hy-Vee Health Market, dietitian service, fresh seafood department, U.S. Postal Substation, take and bake for breakfast, and family meal deals. Yes, all that and more is at your Yankton Hy-Vee, located on the corner of 21st Street and Broadway Avenue in Yankton.
Larson Carpet has all your flooring needs. Step into their showroom to see a wide selection of all types of flooring. They have soft and luxurious carpet that's sure to bring comfort to your home. Stylized tile to make any room pop. Different color options of hardwood to make matching easy. And convenient vinyl plank for when spills happen. Of course, with the best customer service in the area. Their knowledgeable staff will make sure to answer any questions you might have. Larson Carpet, 212 Walnut.
Looking to buy a home or maybe sell? Trust the name that puts you first. America's Best Realty. From your first showing to the final signature, their expert agents guide you every step of the way. Fast closings, top market value, and real service you can count on. Your dream home, they will find it. Selling fast, they will make it happen. Call America's Best Realty at 605-260-1600. America's Best Realty, because you deserve the best.
Back on the floor at Spearfish High School, where the Yankton Bucks and Gazelles have made a long road trip out here. It's about a 6-hour drive to get from Spearfish to Yankton. you got to try and make sure your legs are fresh in this one, and that's always a challenge. You always got to ask the coach, what do you do? Well, when you're making that bus ride, you got to make a couple more stops than really you might like to, and make sure everybody is getting some stretches in, some steps in, and then when you get to the gymnasium, right to work you go. You don't want to sit very long after you've just sat on a bus for 6+ hours. But kind of a recap about some of the numbers so far this season for the Gazelles and the Spartans, as Yankton putting up 45 points per game, and Spearfish putting up just slightly less than the Spartans with 44 points per game. So it's it's not even a full 1 point per game score differential between the Gazelles and the Spartans here. Defense is where it sticks out. 52 points per game Yankton gives up defensively. Spearfish just shy of 39. They're a fast and athletic team. Again, expect Spearfish to kind of lean on that a little bit, and a lot of full court pressure. Don't be surprised to see for Yankton. They just need to take advantages when they do get them, make sure the shots are falling, and hopefully they can continue that hot shooting they saw against the Brookings Bobcats this Tuesday in a 32-point victory. Gazelles, for a stretch, it felt like they were playing some of their best basketball of the season. Then kind of had a few game streak where Coach Savvy and I kind of talked about maybe wasn't their best and wanted to get back on track. And that Brookings game and the T area game before that felt like they were back to kind of their roots, what they do well. When Yankton is playing well, their defense is playing fast, and they're playing confidently on offense. When you've got players who are kind of second-guessing if they should take the three-pointer when they get a good look, or second-guessing if they should drive as there's defense there, that's when your offense really starts stalling out. And we have seen that from the Gazelles this season. And that's what they're going to have to not do here tonight, because they're playing against a Spartans team that just doesn't give up many points. When that's the case, you just got to play good offense. Good defense, better offense. And that's what Yankton is going to need tonight. For the Spartans, again, they're going to rely on their defense. But when you look at their offense, they're probably feeling like if they want to win tonight, they'd like to score at minimum their season average of 44 points per game. And they probably feel if they can get to that 50-point mark, they're certainly going to like their odds, as they just usually don't give up 50 points in many games. For Yankton, again, coming off of big games, as another thing I said with Coach Savvy is, feels like Yankton has built this three-headed monster between Eden Wolfgram, Jordan Kudera, and September Rao. All of them are capable of putting up 20 points on any given night, whether it's from range or attacking the rim. I mean, we've seen good shooting performances from every single one of them. And when it hits clutch time, it seems these players just get better and better. But beyond those three players, they've got some really good additional depth who really steps up when needed. Nora Kraske plays very aggressive defense and just makes things difficult, oftentimes on the best offensive player on the opposing team. And maybe that's why the numbers don't quite get up there as much as some of the other players. But it's not an easy task when you are tasked with playing the best offensive player on the opposite side. And she does average. She's tied with Jordan Kudera for the second most steals per game with 1.2. Beyond her, Jocelyn Elwood really feels like she has been filling in nicely and playing a lot better even as of lately. As her scoring numbers aren't quite up there, but rebounding, assists, and steals. Feels like she does everything at a high rate and really has proven why she's a starter in this lineup. And coming off the bench, usually the first one off is Kelson Wells. She's also seen some time in the starting lineup, and when she's aggressive on offense, she can certainly get things rolling down low, and that's important to this Gazelles team to try and get a post presence felt so that they can start getting good looks from the perimeter. And additionally, she is a very good defender and adds a lot on that side of the ball. Then when you look at the Spearfish Spartans and a couple of players, as this is a team coming off of back-to-back state tournament appearances, getting 7th last year, but a couple of players who really jump off the sheet. You've got the obvious is Kate Sharp. She's a senior guard, 5'7", and she'll be wearing number 23 in tonight's game. She leads her team in scoring with 14.5 points per game. She also she's second in rebounds per game with 3.6, trailing only Tierson Grubb. And then feeding the basketball, third in assists. So first in points per game, second in rebounds per game, third in assists. She is certainly a name to keep an eye on. Tierson Grubb, another one, a senior forward at 5'10", brings a little bit of height to this Spartans basketball team. 5 points per game for her. She leads the team with 4.6 rebounds per game and gets just shy of 1 assist per game. And the final player I really want to point out to watch in this one is going to be number 3, a senior forward at 5'9", another one who brings a little bit of height to this Spearfish basketball team, Adeline Bowman. Bowman scoring 7 points per game, 3.3 rebounds per game, and she is second on the team in assists per game with 1.6, trailing only senior guard Callie Reiners, who averages 2 assists per game. We are getting close now to tip-off, about 2 minutes left in warm-ups, then we'll have our national anthem, our starting lineups, and then game time. Appreciate you tuning in tonight as Gazelles and Spartans is coming up shortly here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Looking for a photo that actually looks like you, but better? At Meridian Photo, we specialize in capturing personality, not just poses. Whether it's headshots, high school seniors, family sessions, or team and individual sports photos, we'll make you look like a legend. We've just landed in the Meridian district of Yankton. Book your session today at meridian-photo.com or give us a call at 605-655-4598. Meridian Photo. Be you. You deserve it.
Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team specializing in all things heating and cooling, as well as heat and glow gas, wood, and electric fireplaces, humidifiers and dehumidifiers, and all styles of ductless mini-split systems. Whether you are building or remodeling, our team of innovative experts will get you the correct equipment and indoor air quality accessories you need for your home or business. Remember, Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team for all things heating and cooling for the past 77 years. Go Bucks and Gazelles.
Your local KFC Taco Bell at 2504 Fox Run Parkway in Yankton offers 2 menus combined into one. Something for everyone at KFC Taco Bell. When your family's hungry and can't decide between crispy chicken and mashed potatoes or tacos, burritos, and protein bowls, well, you don't have to choose. Get the best of both worlds in one stop. Cool down with the legendary Baja Blast Freeze or heat things up with a variety of hot sauces. KFC Taco Bell Yankton. Why pick one when you can have both?
What does FloorTech do? When disaster strikes, water damage, mold growth, or fire cleanup, call the team you can trust. FloorTech Cleaning and Restoration. They respond fast to protect your home or business and restore it the right way with honesty, integrity, and top-notch service. Their crews proudly serve southeast South Dakota and northeast Nebraska, including Yankton, Mitchell, Norfolk, and Sioux Falls. For 24/7 emergency service, call 800-507-1822. If your home or floor is wet, call FloorTech or visit them at floortechrestoration.com.
And as we return just in time here for the national anthem on the floor, as it'll be performed by the pep band, this is your national anthem.
The officials for this evening's game are Jim Fugate, Daniel Rush, and Robert Lehman. These officials are licensed by the South Dakota High School Activities Association.
Again, that was your national anthem, as you heard, performed by the Spearfish High School pep band out here on the floor, as it is just about game time in Spearfish. The Gazelles come into this one with a 7-11 record. The Spartans 10-8. as it's time for your starting lineups brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion. For all your heating and cooling needs, it's Larry's Heating and Cooling, anytime, any day. We open with the Spearfish Spartans, coached by Dakota Johnson, and coming into this one with a 10-8 record. Senior forward at 5'9", 7 points per game. Number 3, it's Adeline Bowman. Senior guard at 5'6", 3.5 rebounds per game, 2 assists. It's number 4, Callie Reiners. A sophomore guard at 5'4", 1 point per game, 1.3 rebounds per game. Number 5, Tylee Tatrolt. Senior forward at 5'10", 5 points per game, 4.5 rebounds per game. Number 21, it's Tierson Grubb. And to round off the Spartans starting lineup is senior guard at 5'7", the leading scorer of her team, 14.3 points per game, 3.6 rebounds per game. Number 23, it's Kate Scharf. It is now time to meet your Yankton Gazelles starting lineups for tonight, brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion.
Jocelyn Elwood, number 5, guard.
Eden Wolfgram, number 10, guard.
Nora Krasky, number 11, guard. Jordan Kudera, number 13, guard.
September Rao, 21, guard.
And back on the floor, it is nearly game time here. A game that was set for 6 o'clock Mountain Time, 7 o'clock Central Time, 6:40 on our clock in Mountain Time. Just running a little bit later. And either way, both teams ready to hit the floor as they wrap up their starting lineups on the floor. For the Spearfish Spartans on their senior night, wearing their white jersey and shorts trimmed out in burgundy. For the Yankton Gazelles, in their road black jersey and shorts, those are trimmed out in red and white, as it is officially time for basketball as we load up our Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard here on Yankton, streaming on YouTube. It's game time as September Rao matches up against Tierson Grubb in the center circle here. As the official nears the center circle, blows the whistle, and this game officially underway. The Gazelles starting with the basketball in this one. Eden Wolfgram has it, gives it on the far side to September Rao. A pass to the near side, right back to Wolfgram. Wolfgram now into the corner, finds Elwood. Jocelyn brings it baseline, swings it up top. Wolfgram drives to the lane, no good, gets her own rebound. Dishes it out, did not hit the rim, so 10 to shoot here for Yankton as whistle blows, and I think Rao is fouled on that drive attempt. It will be a foul against Kate Scharf, our first of the night here against the Spearfish Spartans. Yankton inbounding, Elwood bounces it in uncomfortably to Nora Krasky, gets it right back off the back iron. That shot goes, offensive rebound, Jordan Kuder throws it up, her attempt no good. So the Gazelles, multiple attempts, just couldn't get a shot to fall, and now the Spartans moving it left to right here as you watch it on Yankton streaming on YouTube. For the first time on offense, Bowman gives it up, Kate Scharf. Scharf fires a three, put too much on it, offensive rebound. The Spartans get another opportunity, they dish it right back out. Scharf swings it, corner three attempt, Callie Reiners now too much on it. Both miss the rims, so shot clock at 6 right now. With it, Callie Reiners takes a screen. Spearfish just needs to get a shot up. They won't in time. Yankton's defense forces a shot clock violation. No score, a minute 15 into this one in the first quarter. Gazelles back to work here on offense with it. Wolfgram hands it off to September Rao. Rao drives and is fouled yet again. Now 2 fouls on the Spartans here. Early on, I believe it's on Adeline Bowman, her first personal. It is Bowman. So Spearfish now with 2 fouls. 6:32 to go in our first quarter. No score on either side. Gazelles with it on offense. Wolfgram nearly lost it there. Kicks it up top. Rao from way downtown. Bank is open. Late on a Friday night. September Rao gets the scoring started here. Wolfgram the assist. 3-0 Yankton on top as now the Spartans back to work on offense. Reiners has it way beyond the perimeter. Gives it up on the near side. Kate Scharf, who takes a screen up to the top, moves it. Around the horn, Spearfish goes. 2 minutes into our first quarter. It's 3-0 Yankton in the lead. Taylor Vito has checked in for the Spartans. Adeline Bowman drives it, has a good shot attempt. No good, but she is fouled on the attempt. Yankton picks up their first here of the quarter, and I believe it's on Jocelyn Elwood. Elwood, her first personal, team's first as well. And to the free throw line here, Adeline Bowman, a chance to get her team on the board for the first time of the night. First attempt, no good, so Spearfish remains scoreless. We remain at 3-0. Bowman, her second attempt at the charity stripe. No good as well. Whistle will blow. Was it a lane violation against Spearfish? So, shot wasn't good anyways. But Yankton won't even be forced to fight for the rebound. They take over with their 3-point lead. Wolfgram crosses the timeline here for Yankton. To the far side, they move it. Nora Kraske. Beyond the perimeter, they keep it with Kudera. Kudera drives it. Right-handed layup up and in for two. Yankton, a 5-point lead early in this one. 5-0 with 5.5 to play in our first quarter of action. Full court pressure from Yankton. Spearfish able to break it. Adeline Bowman now picks up her dribble, bounces it off to Tierson Grubb, who brings it baseline against Jocelyn Elwood. Flicks it in for two. Grubb just using her size advantage down low at 5'10", gets her team on the board. It's 5-2, Yankton in the lead. Wolfgram finds an open. Kudera fires the corner three off the far side of the rim. Brought in by Spearfish. Adeline Bowman spins against Wolfgram, fell to the ground. Ball is up for grabs, and Kudera touched it as she was out of bounds. It will remain with Spearfish. Nearly a takeaway there for the Gazelles defense. Kelson Wells is checked in place of September Rao for Yankton. Spartans retain possession here on offense. Up top, they move it. Scharf, who is scoreless as of yet in the game, drives it, dishes it out. Callie Reiners. They keep it beyond the perimeter, moving it the other side. Bowman fires it, ties this one up. 5 apiece with 4:19 to go in the first quarter. Wolfgram tries getting it down low to Kelson Wells. And taken away. Kate Scharf the steal. Spartans a chance for their first lead of the night. Pump faking it there. Vito drives with it and back out beyond the perimeter they go. Down low they move it, and a layup attempt there. No good for Grubb. Gets her own rebound. Fight for the rebound. And it will be a jump ball. Stays here with Spearfish. And now in for Yankton, Brenna Elwood in place of Jocelyn Elwood. Spartans get the inbound in as we cross the 4-minute mark here. The turnaround jumper put too much on it. Wells the rebound, and we stay knotted up. Wolfgram sprints it down the floor, lost the basketball, goes out of bounds, and stays with Yankton. A junior, Sierra Sanford, will come in for Spearfish in place of Adeline Bowman. Sanford, 3.5 points per game, 3 rebounds. Ball gets inbounded to Wolfgram on the near side, perimeter three. Jab steps it to the left, off the front iron, that one goes. Kate Scharf, no hesitation, fires it from downtown. Off the iron it goes, rebound for Kudera. Yankton brings it across the floor. Wolfgram, no score in this one, so both leading scorers in this game have yet to score. Dish out, Kudera, her second three-point attempt, no good, can't get it to drop. Hit over into the hands of Wells. Offensive rebound and a chance for another attempt here for Yankton. Wolfgram behind the back, brings it into the lane, lofts it up off the glass, too strong. Spartans here with it. Kate Sharp drives with it. Ball was poked free, but she retained possession. Vito has it. Picks up her dribble out to Reiners. Reiners now. Sanford brings it to the Spearfish logo. She works against Kraske. Picks up the screen and gets the switch to Wells. From way downtown, Kate Sharp leaves it short. Callie Reiners reels it in. They did reset the shot clock. I didn't feel it hit the rim. Either way, a fresh shot clock, and driving here, Sierra Sanford. There's contact, and whistle will blow a foul on Yankton. Checking in, September Rao and Jocelyn Elwood. Nora Kraske and Kudera to the bench. Brenna Elwood picked up her first personal foul. 2 on Yankton, as there's also 2 on the other side for Spearfish. Spartans basketball, they get it in. Sharp lofts it up, left-handed layup off the front of the rim it goes, and Rao brings it in, sprints it down the floor. She is the Gazelles' leading scorer thus far in the game. We are still at 5 apiece, 2:15 to go in the first quarter. Jab step a couple times for Rao, takes a few dribbles, and now we'll hand it off to Wolfgram. Eden crosses over, kicks it out. Brenna Elwood, 10 to shoot for this Gazelles offense, and a travel here. Brenna took one extra step, and it moves the other direction. Adeline Bowman checks back in, and she comes in for Tierson Grubb. Full court press from Yankton yet again. The Spartans get it in. Wells got a hand on it, but couldn't pull it away. Yankton's defense will retreat, and the Spartans move it down the floor. Setting up their offense here is Callie Reiners against Wolfgram. Tried getting the steal there. Sharp fires the dead-on 3. Again, no good, but an offensive rebound and score there for Sierra Sanford off the bench. Spearfish leads for the first time of the night. 7-5 your score with 90 seconds to play in the first. What a crossover by Wolfgram. Has some spacing, kicks it out. Brenna Elwood now finds Wolfgram in the lane. Throws up the attempt, just a little too much on that attempt. Spartans take it the other way. Sanford picks up her dribble from way beyond the perimeter. Gives it up to Kate Sharp. Sharp and Wolfgram, the 2 leading scorers, trying to get things rolling and having a hard time of it. Shot was off target. Jocelyn Elwood the rebound, and Yankton takes it right back over. Elwood brings it down the floor as we cross into the final minute of the first quarter of action. Wolfgram hands it off to Rao. Rao now hands it off to Brenna Elwood and is fouled. That'll be foul number 3 on Spearfish. And on the floor, it is the second one for Kate Sharp, as the Spartans hoping their leading scorer can stay out of foul trouble tonight. Tierson Grubb and comes in for Spearfish, as well as Anna Eisenbarth. Gazelles with 24 seconds to shoot here, about a 7-8 second difference from shot and game clock. Elwood found a seam, drives with it off the glass, and ties things up. Elwood, her first score of the night. It's 7-7 with 23 seconds to play in the first quarter. Spartans with the basketball. Up ahead, they move it to the hands of Sierra Sanford, who's got 2 points off the bench. Rao gets a hand on it, knocks it out of bounds. The diving effort, unable to quite bring it in. Jordan Kudera checks in for Eden Wolfgram. We've got 12 seconds to play, tied up at 7 apiece. A low-scoring affair so far here tonight. And to no one's surprise, I should add. On the far side, corner 3. Missing it all. Rao brings in the rebound. She's got 4 seconds to make something happen. Gives it up to Elwood. Gets a look here, off the glass, no good. That will wrap up our first quarter of action. 7 points apiece. The Gazelles and Spartans are knotted up here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Hi, it's Linda at Linda's Angel Crossing in Yankton. I carry Tribal, Lulu Bee, Ethel, Southern Lady, and Old Ranch. I have other brands too. The nursery has everything you need for babies. Copper pearl bibs, magnetic sleepers, swaddlers, bag sleepers, and baptism, toddler clothing, boys and girls Under Armour to size 7, toys, little golden books, and other unique kids' toys. Linda's Angel Crossing, 1101 Broadway in Yankton.
Yankton Rexall in the Meridian District, Yankton, for all your gifts and decor needs. It's the only place in town to find both Hallmark ornaments and cards for any occasion. They also have Willow Tree and Precious Moments collectibles, the perfect anniversary and wedding gifts, nativity scenes, Watkins products, and single Abdallah chocolates. The Yankton Rexall Pharmacy for all your prescription needs. Yankton Rexall at the corner of 3rd and Douglas, downtown Yankton.
We are tied up after our first quarter of action, 7-7. Gazelles start the second quarter with the basketball, and under 8 minutes to play in our first half of action as we get rolling here on the floor. September Rao gives it up to Jordan Kudera, bounces it on this side of the floor to Eden Wolfgram. Kraske with it, crosses it over, dishes it back out, Eden Wolfgram. Wolfgram works against the defense on Reiners, throws it up off the glass, can't get it to drop. Couldn't quite pull in her own rebound. We're headed the other direction with the Spartans. Callie Reiners picks it up, gives it to Kate Scharf, who's back in with 2 fouls for Spearfish. On the near side here, Callie Reiners thought about the 3, decided to give it up. Now Adeline Bowman has it at the top of the key, drives with it, a high arcing shot. Ball goes out of bounds, last touch by Yankton, and it will stay with Spearfish and a fresh shot clock for the Spartans. Inbounding it here and getting it right back is number 2, Anna Eisenbarth. Drives with it, and a tough 2 for her as she puts her team back on top. Yankton wants to move the basketball quickly. Jordan Kudera finds an open Jocelyn Elwood for 3. Can't get that one to fall, and it goes the other direction. Yankton's shooting has not quite been what we were hoping for to start. Down low, Spearfish moves it. Tierson Grubb against Kraske. Can't get the shot to fall. Elwood brings in her second board of the night. Yankton has had good looks. They are just not dropping here tonight. Kudera into the lane, finds an open Kraske. Her triple, nothing but net. Nora Kraske gives her team the lead, and Yankton on top, 10-9. They'll still force a full court pressure and a steal for Nora Kraske. Wolfgram gives it to Elwood, can't get the bank to drop. Spearfish brings it to the offensive side of the floor. Scharf with it. Cross-court pass. Eisenbarth can't bring it in. Drops it, puts it on the floor. Now driving, spins it, and a short jumper there that she leaves short. Kudera got the rebound and then gets fouled right away. Jordan Kudera, a player who by the end of the season I'm guessing is going to be the team leader in rebounds. She's had 2 double-doubles with rebounds, as checking in is Taylor Vito for Spearfish. 2 minutes into our second quarter of action. It is 10-9. Spearfish trailing the Yankton Gazelles. Wolfgram with it, still looking for her first points, and that's what for Yankton. If Wolfgram hasn't scored and you're still winning, you got to feel good about where you're at. Kudera runs into a couple of defenders for Spearfish. It forces the jump, and it will turn it over to the Spartans offense. Adeline Bowman will inbound it here for the Spartans. Yankton keeps up the pressure. They get it into Scharf. Scharf crosses up Kudera and brings it down the floor. Takes the screen to the near side, works now against Jocelyn Elwood. Cross-court pass, Eisenbarth. Eisenbarth tried bringing it down low. Her pass tipped and taken the other way. Nora Kraske, her second steal in about 1 minute of game time here. Rao gives it up. Now it's to Wolfgram, who finds a double on her. Crosses over through the defenders. At the elbow, bounces it out, but she's fouled. That's going to be the second foul against Spearfish here in the second quarter. And the foul, I believe, on Tierson Grubb. No, it's Kate Scharf. Kate Scharf has picked up her third personal foul in tonight's game. That is big news for Yankton. As inbound gets in for Eden Wolfgram, Gazelles back to work on offense. Now in Kelson Wells and Brenna Elwood. Jocelyn Elwood hands it off to Wolfgram. Another off-target shot. Ball is bounced around before it ends up with the Spartans here. Now with it here, Spearfish moves it. Callie Reiners up top to Anna Eisenbarth. Down low, finds an open Grubb. Grubb, her shot denied. Jocelyn Elwood the rejection. Kraske reels in the rebound. Now on the offensive side, Wolfgram picks up the offensive foul. Had a teammate in that corner, but was caught moving in the air, and set in place were the Spartans. It's Eden Wolfgram's first foul of the night. Her team's first in the second. On the offensive attack here, the Spartans. They move it to Grubb. Nearly lost the basketball, finds herself doubled up, and a foul on Yankton. Back-to-back fouls for the Gazelles. And it goes against Jocelyn Elwood, who's now picked up her second personal. No real foul trouble right now for anyone on the Gazelles here tonight. And the team's second here of the second quarter. Down low, they move it. Adeline Bowman drives it to the lane, gives it up. Vito right back to Bowman. Bowman drives with it, leaves her shot attempt short, and brings in the rebound. Another attempt coming up here for the Spartans. Eisenbarth dead on three, no. Wolfgram reels in her second board of the night. She'll sprint it down the floor, looking to get her offense back in action. Kicks it out now, Nora Kraske, pump fakes a three instead, drives with it, lot of contact, and another offensive foul on Yankton. This time on Nora Kraske, her first personal. All of a sudden, their team with their third foul in the second quarter. And a timeout for Coach Savvy and his squad, a Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. Locally owned for 4 generations, call them for water softening and purification, salt reverse osmosis needs, and bottled water. That's Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton. 3:50 to play here in our first half of action. It is currently 10-9 with the Yankton Gazelles leading on top of the Spearfish Spartans on the Spearfish Senior Night here tonight. And in the break, Coach Savvy, after 3 straight fouls in about the last 40 seconds of game time, wants to get back and going with his team. And a very expressive coach, as you can see him kind of in your background of the screen chatting with his team. But, you know, it's nothing but positive. Coach Savvy has done a great job with his Gazelles team and really impressive. Last season, they won a 19 season. You know, of course, not where you want to see it. 7 wins already on this season, and a chance if they win out these next 2, up to 9. Out of the break here, the Spartans chuck it down the court, and it's taken away. Nora Kraske, steal number 3 already in the game for her. As I mentioned, a defensive specialist. Jordan Kudera drives it to the rack, off the glass, scores her second bucket of the night. Yankton is back up 3. It's 12-9, halfway through our second quarter of action. Adeline Bowman picks up her dribble over to Anna Eisenbarth. Grubb now up top to Reiners. Reiners dribbles against Brenna Elwood, is forced to kick it out. The 3 for Eisenbarth, knocks it in, and we're tied up at 12 apiece. A great one so far here tonight. Appreciate you tuning in. I'm Zach Spear on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. Gazelles basketball live and in full swing here. That pass tipped by Sierra Sanford ends up with Jocelyn Elwood, and Yankton keeps possession. Elwood kicks it over to Brenna Elwood. Drives with it, her shot denied and taken in by the Spartans. Spearfish a chance to reclaim the lead here on offense. With it, Adeline Bowman goes down low into the hands of who else but Nora Kraske. Another steal for the senior Gazelle. Jocelyn Elwood brings it over right to Jordan Kudera. Pump fakes it, brings it towards the top. Ball was poked free by Sierra Sanford. She's now picked up her dribble and a backcourt violation. Coach Savvy not happy with his team's offense on this one. And with 2:25 to go in the second quarter, Spearfish takes back over. Coming in is Avery Roderkus. for the Spartans, as well as Megan Markovitz. It is Spearfish basketball as we near the 2-minute mark of our first half, tied up at 12 apiece. Tierson Grubb has it, drives it. Her pass taken the other way. Kudera, her first steal of the night. Yankton's 5th overall. Kudera hands that off to Brenna Elwood, gets it right back. Her triple misses it, and into the hands it falls of Reiners. An off shooting night for both sides as a wide open lane and kick here. Eisenbarth for the lead, put too much on it. Offensive rebound goes to Markovitz. Under 2 minutes to play here in our first half. We're tied up at 12 apiece. What a great game. If you want to watch it, it's on Yankton, streaming on YouTube. Callie Reiner swings it to the near side into the hands of Markovitz. Now Eisenbarth drives it against Brenna Elwood. Left-handed layup. A tough finish, and it drops for 2. Yankton's offense has been slow to start in this one, and it's the exact opposite of what I said they're probably hoping to see. Kudera with it, drives it baseline, dishes it out. Now Eden Wolfgram with it. She'll go baseline and swing it up top. Rao, her triple, off the back iron it goes, and into the hands of the Spartans. A fight for it. Rao got her hands on it, and a jump ball will give it right back to Yankton. What a game here tonight as Wells checks in for Nora Kraske. Great effort for Yankton there on that one, as they get the basketball right back and a chance to tie or take the lead. The shots just have not fallen for them as Wolfgram sets up for a mid-range jumper, way short on it. Spartans could extend their lead. They've never led by 3 or more in this one. And again, a fight for the basketball, and another jump forced by September Rao. 2 plays that you won't see in the stat book, but really great defensive attempts by September. So now, Spartans basketball yet, but it will flip the possession arrow. 44 seconds to play in the second quarter with it. Anna Eisenbarth gives it up, Sierra Sanford. Sanford to the top of the key, picks up her dribble. And right back it goes, Eisenbarth. 11 to shoot for Spearfish here. Eisenbarth, her pass flies out of bounds, and it will be Yankton basketball. Shot clock is turned off. The Gazelles a chance to tie or take the lead as we enter. Coming up, our Vishay Yankton halftime show. We'll also have your halftime beyond the game, brought to you by Kalen's Indoor Comfort, Heating, and Air Conditioning. The closing seconds here of the first half, we're tied up, 14-12. Spearfish leads the Gazelles. 17 to play. Wolfgram gets stopped, gives it up to Rao. Rao takes a screen to the other side of the floor from Wells. She's fouled, and they're going to say it was before the shot. Unfortunately for Yankton, it would have been an and one. Instead, Yankton will inbound and have 9 seconds here, as Eisenbarth picks up her first, team's third. Inbound gets in to Kudera. 7 to shoot here. Wolfgram steps it back for 3. Yes! Yankton takes the lead. The full court heave falls well short, and Eden Wolfgram gives her team the lead as we enter the half. It's 15-14. The Yankton Gazelles leading the Spearfish Spartans, as Yankton coming off back-to-back wins, trying to top the 10-8 Spartans. Gazelles currently 7-11. What a huge win it would be if they can pull this one off here tonight. Again, your score 15-14 on the Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard. The Fox Stop at the corner of West City Limits Road and 30th Street, Yankton, a full-service convenience store with hot food, Godfather's Pizza, personal pizzas, sandwiches, munchies, and beverages. Pay at the pump, gas and diesel fuel, firewood, and propane exchange. When we return, we'll have your halftime stats, what went on in the game, and what you'd like to see from the Gazelles in the second half, as well as our halftime beyond the game. Again, that's brought to you by Kalen's Indoor Comfort, Heating, and Air Conditioning. You'll want to keep it here. It's Gazelles basketball on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
Hi, I'm Franny Kiefer with the Yankton School District Alumni Association. We strive to create a community of alumni and friends who support extracurricular and educational opportunities in the Yankton School District. Through scholarships, grants, innovative education opportunities, and staff appreciation. With us, you will keep connected to a community of Yankton School District alumni and friends all over. You can help continue to pay it forward and help future graduates. Register today at the Yankton School District Alumni Association website.
Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts on the corner of 15th and Broadway in Yankton. Your full-service flower and gift store. Beautiful fresh flower arrangements to artificial arrangements. Gifts, sympathy, foodie items to snarky gifts. Stop by and let the gals at Pied Piper give you the personal service you deserve. Brighten your day and head to Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts, where you'll find something new every time you go. Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts Yankton, they deliver.
Interior technicians.
Jerry, I need your help. I'm in a real pickle.
How can we help? We clean carpets, furnace and duct cleaning, mold remediation, fire restoration, water damage restoration, office cleaning, and much more.
No, Jerry, I'm in a real pickle. I'm stuck and I can't get out. Hang on, I'll send you pics so you can see what I mean.
Oh my gosh. When you need it clean, call the Intech team. Fixing pickles since 1984.
At Anytime Fitness Yankton, your fitness journey starts with one step, and Anytime Fitness will be with you every step of the way. Open 24 hours a day with top-of-the-line equipment and guidance you need to reach your goals. Plus, your membership gives you access to every Anytime Fitness gym anywhere. No matter your goals, no matter the time, you belong at Anytime Fitness Yankton. Located at 2509 Fox Run Parkway. Start today at Anytime Fitness, where your fitness journey never stops.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small, just as it should be. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose, a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of choices to make sure you have the perfect coverage to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
Welcome to Wall of Fame, where style meets customization, specializing in crafting custom clothing and print shirts. We ensure every stitch and every print is of the highest quality, so you get the best clothes every time. We're here for all your promotion needs, and the best part, our process is seamless. Simply share your designs with us and we'll handle the rest. Get custom clothes for the best price. Wall of Fame.
Now time for the Vishay Yankton Halftime Show. Vishay, define the world's future. Vishay electronic components bring to life the world's most important products. Products that touch lives everywhere, every day. Vishay, building the DNA of tech. Now, back to courtside for all the game trends, stats, and more.
And back on the floor, it's our Vishay Yankton Halftime Show, where the Yankton Gazelles in a good one against the Spearfish Spartans. They lead 15-14 at the half. Your halftime stats here in this one, and it's just been well-shared basketball so far for Yankton. Jocelyn Elwood, with 2 points, 2 rebounds, and has a block in this one. Aiden Wolfgram, 3 points, 2 rebounds, and an assist. Had not scored that entire first half until the final possession, where she put her team up to enter the half with about 3 seconds left off of a bomb from way downtown. Nora Kraske with 3 points, 1 rebound, and 4 steals already in the first half. Talk about a great defensive performance for Nora Kraske so far. Jordan Kudrow with 4 points, 3 rebounds, an assist, and a steal. And for the starters to round off, September Rao with 3 points and 2 rebounds. Those were the first 3 points of the game for either side. Coming off the bench, Kelson Wells with 2 rebounds. And we've also seen on the floor Brenna Elwood. But for the Gazelles, 15-14, certainly a low-scoring game as we're pacing for a 30-28 finish. But really for Yankton, it feels like they've had good looks against a very good Spartans defense, but the shots have not been falling, especially from beyond the arc. It feels like even when they're getting wide open looks, they just don't seem to be dropping. But the good news for that is you're still able to take the lead entering the half after feeling you didn't play maybe a very good offensive performance in that first half. And for the Spartans, kind of feels like it's maybe a little bit of the same way. And turnovers could be a huge difference maker in this game. It's now time for your halftime beyond the game. That is brought to you by Kalen's Indoor Comfort Heating and Air Conditioning. When you want comfort, you want Kalen's. Also going on at Yankton High School today, high school band had their honor band at SDSU. Of course, the varsity wrestling state tournament for both boys and girls going on this weekend, and lots of basketball. High school honor band at SDSU continues tomorrow. The wrestling state tournaments continue, and then more basketball as the Bucks and Gazelles in a doubleheader at Douglas. First game tips off at 1 o'clock Mountain Time, 2 o'clock Central Time. It will be live on Fox Sports Radio, 101.5 AM 1570, and Yankton streaming on YouTube. Nothing going on Sunday. And then into next week, a couple of middle school basketball games. On Monday, the Stewart Elementary Vocal Concert for grades 1 through 3 at the Yankton High School SAC Main Theater from 7 to 8. On Tuesday, high school and middle school parent-teacher conferences from 4 to 8 o'clock. Elementary school have an open house, and it's a first grade only open house from 4:30 to 6. And the High School National Honor Society induction ceremony, 6:30 to 7:30. Nothing going on Wednesday. And Thursday, high school parent-teacher conferences continue 4 to 8. And the Beetle Elementary Vocal Concert for grades 1 to 3, again, 7 to 8:30. A week out from today into next Friday, it'll be the Varsity State Tournament for debate. Middle school all-state band will be at the Mitchell High School Performing Arts Center. And the Gazelles will have their Sodak 16 matchup. And into next Saturday, the Bucks will have their Sodak 16 matchup. This has been your halftime beyond the game, and that is presented by Kalen's Indoor Comfort Heating and Air Conditioning. When you want comfort, you want Kalen's. Again, at the break, it is 15-14. Yankton leads over the Spearfish Spartans in a close one and a good one here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. Triple Time Rudy's on the corner of 16th and Broadway, Yankton. Stop in and check out their wide variety of items. Grab some snacks, whether you want chips, popcorn, or something sweet, they have it. Ice cold beverages, or when you need that boost in the morning, coffee. You can also grab the best locally produced meats, meat sticks, and cheeses in the area. Guaranteed fresh. For those hot days, grab a Freezy too. Get all your car needs and 5 cents off a gallon when using cash. All at Triple Time Rudy's, Yankton.
The Bonesetter Chiropractic, Yankton. I'm Dr. TJ Stotes. When you need chiropractic, we're here. We use a hands-on approach, decompression traction, electrical stimulation, acupuncture, and state-of-the-art examination techniques. We're happy to offer exercise and supplement advice as well. The Bonesetter Chiropractic, 215 Mulberry, Suite 9, Yankton. Call or text 605-401-5701. Bringing you comfort when there's discomfort.
Starting the First Bank in South Dakota was the easy part, earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
And back in action just in time for the start of the third quarter as the Gazelles will open with the basketball. Didn't quite use all of their time on the clock. Jordan Kudera dishes out. Wolf Graham can't get back-to-back triples. Rims in and out. Spearfish will take over on offense and a jump ball. It'll stay with Spearfish, but Yankton will force them to flip the possession arrow yet again. Again, it's 15-14 to open our third quarter here. Spartans now move it right to left on offense as you watch it on Yankton streaming on YouTube. They trail by 1. It's been close the entire game here. Kudera defends Adeline Bowman out to Kate Sharp. Her triple goes off the iron and an offensive rebound for Bowman. Now a foul, or is it a timeout for Spearfish? It will be a timeout as Coach Johnson calls her first. another Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break, as we will just leave it here on the floor as it is just a 30-second timeout. As well, Coach Johnson still had all 5 of her timeouts and decided to use one to save the possession, as it looked like Yankton's defense was hounding and closing in, about to grab the basketball and force a jump, which would have then given it right back to the Gazelles. Again on the floor, Spearfish wearing white jersey and shorts trimmed out in burgundy. And for the Gazelles, black jersey and shorts trimmed out in red and white. I'm Zach Spear on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube. Thanks for tuning in here tonight. If you're a fan of Yankton Athletics, consider subscribing here to Yankton streaming on YouTube to be notified every time we go live with Yankton Athletics. With it, the Spartans, a cross-court pass beyond the perimeter. Reiners has it, gives it up down low and stripped away. Jordan Kudera gets it, but then turns the basketball over. Right back to the Spartans it goes. Tierson Grubb into the lane. Her ball tipped out and into the hands of an open shooter. Off the back iron it goes, and their second attempt drops. Kate Scharf gets her first score of the night, and it puts her team on top, 16-15 early in the third quarter. Yankton's offense was stalled out at times in that first half. Would like to see them get rolling early. Kudera, her three, no good. And again, a good look. Wolfgram, the offensive board, and just can't quite get that one to drop. Gazelles, again, just getting good looks, and they are not falling here tonight. With it, Bowman gets tied up. Wolfgram picks it up. The strip here, drives it into the lane, off the glass, and again can't get it to drop. So no harm, no foul there for the Spartans, who take it back over on offense, and now the mismatch. Vito, the three off the back iron, that one goes. Ball was tipped, and last touch by September Rao goes out of bounds, and it will stay with Spearfish. Jordan Kudera sits to the bench. Brenna Elwood now in the game, and you've got to wonder here if that long road trip has any effect on the shooting of Yankton here tonight, as driving to the rim, unable to score. Spearfish again brings in the rebound. Down low, they move it. Grubb off the glass and scores it. Spearfish up 18-15, their largest lead of the night, with 5:52 to play in our third quarter of action. Gazelles need an answer. They haven't scored in our first 2 minutes and 15 seconds of the third. Up top, they move it. September Rao steps it up to the three-point line. Can't get it to drop. Eden Wolfgram brings it in. Another attempt for Yankton. Brings it out to the perimeter, picks up her dribble. Now to Brenna Elwood. Elwood drives it to the lane, kicks it out. Nora Kraske has some spacing from the free throw line, and again, too much on it. Spartans a chance for a 2-possession lead for the first time of the night here. Kate Scharf has it. With it now here on the near side, Taylor Vito. Vito crosses court. And across court to Vito. Ball goes out of bounds. And a turnover unforced by Yankton's defense, but they'll certainly take it. Kelson Wells checks in, and September Rao now to the bench. Sierra Sanford checks in for Spearfish. And to the bench on their side, Taylor Vito. So Coach Johnson with a lot of faith in Kate Scharf, who's playing with 3 fouls in the game. Pass tipped and taken the other way. Sierra Sanford got it out of the hands of Kelson Wells. Up ahead, this Spartans offense moves it. Reiners across to Bowman. Bowman brings it to the top and right back. Now a handoff, Sanford. Brings it within the perimeter. Tierson Grubb has it knocked free to the hands of Kelson Wells. Gazelles another turnover. This time they force it on defense. Jocelyn Elwood drives it, gives it up to Nora Kraske, brings it to the free throw line, dishes it out, Brenna Elwood. Elwood drives with it, she gets stopped, ball is on the floor, fight for the basketball, and last touch by Yankton as it goes out of bounds. The Gazelles offense has not scored, and a timeout much needed here for the squad. Coach Savvy calls a 60-second Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. It's 18-15, Spearfish leads Yankton in Spearfish here. We'll be back in a moment.
Authentic Mexican food goods with the family touch is here in Yankton at Angela's Mexican Store. From fresh produce and meats to the spices and the snacks you miss from home. Traveling or just moved? No problem. They accept money from many different countries. Check out the different kinds of money on the wall. Family owned, family loved. They treat you like family. Angela's Mexican Store, where culture meets community. Stop in today.
Les Schwab Tires, located at 2809 Broadway in Yankton. It's the place to buy tires with all different tread types to fit your needs and rims ready to make your vehicle shine. Not only do they sell tires, they fix them too. Flats, brakes, alignments, and more. You can feel confident that your car will be taken care of. No waiting for your tires, they should have them in stock. If you're looking for tractor or semi-tires, those are available too. Les Schwab Tires, where the sign says it all. And the Spartans with the basketball here as they'll take it down the floor on offense. They lead 18-15 out of the timeout called by Coach Savvy. Wants to get his team rolling on offense as they have yet to score nearly halfway through the third quarter. Driving with it, up and in is Tierson Grubb. No, Anna Eisenbarth scores it. And this is the largest lead we've seen of the night for the Spartans. Yankton led as much as 5 earlier in the game as they were up 5-0. Now Spearfish leads it by 5. Kraske with it, drives it into the lane. She's fouled with free throws coming up. That's our first foul of the entire third quarter here. And it goes against Callie Reiners. The Spartans just thrilled it's not on Kate Scharf. Nora, first free throw rattles halfway down and bounces out. September Rao checks in for Jocelyn Elwood, and looks like Jordan Kudrow will come in for Nora Kraske. Kraske, a 4.5 point per game scorer for this Gazelle squad. She's got 3 and misses that attempt. Rebound goes to the Spartans and a quick foul on Yankton. It is Spartans basketball. Kudrow checks in now for Kraske. Kelson Wells picks up her first personal, team's first of the quarter. Yankton needs something to bend their way here as we enter the second half of our third quarter, and they trail 20-15. Pass taken away. Kelson Wells, her second steal of the night. Gazelles move it down the floor with it. Wolfgram gives it up to Jordan Kudrow. Tries taking a screen, nearly lost the basketball, reverses sides, hands it off. Wolfgram. Spartans defense playing well so far. Wolfgram gives it up to Kelson beyond the perimeter. Moves it and looks to hand it off to Rao, but it's taken the other way on the transition. Sanford got Rao in the air, puts it in for 2. The Spartans on a run here. They lead 7. It's an 8-0 third quarter for Spearfish. Wolfgram with it to the elbow, gives it up. Jordan Kudrow, her triple falls. Gazelles finally get one to drop here in the third quarter. That was a much-needed 3 for Yankton, who cuts the deficit down to 4. 22-18, just as it looked like Spearfish was going to take control. Yankton hits a huge shot to get back in. Spartans on offense now. Sierra Sanford with it, gives it up into the lane, down low, wide open, and scoring is Callie Reiners. Yankton sprints it down the floor with Eden Wolfgram. Working against Sierra Sanford here. On the near side, gives it Kudrow, drives to the lane, has an opening, and she'll trade buckets with the opponents. Jordan Kudrow up to 9 points, just shy of that double-digit mark. Ball's put on the floor. Eden Wolfgram picks it up again, and it goes to the hands of Wells. Yankton a chance to get themselves right back into this one. 10 steals for Yankton with just under 2 to play in the third quarter. 24-20, Spearfish leads. Yankton on offense, a lot of contact. Wolfgram sent to the line. Couple of free throws and a chance to make it a one-possession game again. This is exactly what Yankton needed to try and fight their way back into this one. Who's the foul on? We'll go against Sierra Sanford, her first personal, team second, and you feel like you can now say that Kate Scharf no longer in foul trouble as Wolfgram knocks in the first of 2. No change here for Yankton. A couple of subs in on the flip side. 24-21. It is a one-possession game, as it was just a 7-point lead for the Spartans moments ago, as the next one doesn't drop, rebounded by the Spartans. Now some defensive pressure in the full court and a travel. Yankton forces the turnover. They've got the basketball in a one-possession game, 98 seconds to play in our third quarter. This one could come down to the wire, a low scorer here tonight in Spearfish. Brenna Elwood to inbound it. Lofts it up and gets it to Eden Wolfgram, who takes the screen. Drives with it, and her pass deflected, but does end up right back with September Rao. Kudera now with it, drives with it, bounces it over. Brenna Elwood wide open. It's a 1-point difference. What a feed there from Jordan Kudera. Yankton's defense playing with some high intensity here. Spearfish is able to crack that full court pressure. Sierra Sanford, her pass goes out of bounds. Yankton takes over. 1:11 to play in the third quarter, 24-23, Yankton trails with the basketball. Just a 1-point game. Wolfgram with it. She's got 4 points. A low scorer for her here tonight. And really outside of Kudera, a low scorer for everyone. Elwood tried bringing it baseline, was cut off. Now Jordan Kudera gets the screen. She'll bring it baseline. A cross-court pass. Wells over to Wolfgram. Puts the defender on the floor. They'll call it travel. So back-to-back turnovers, and Spearfish back in possession. You could tell the Yankton crowd was ready to hoop and holler had Wolfgram put a defender on the floor and then scored it instead of travel. Spearfish with it, a 12-second difference between shot and game clock. 24-23, Spearfish leads, and it's taken away. September Rao had the steal and then traveled with it. It'll be a 0.4-second difference between shot clock and game clock. Inbounding it, Callie Reiners. So Spearfish right back with it, and they can take the final shot of the third quarter. They get it out, Bowman. Now Sanford brings it out. A lot of passes here, and up top they move it. Back into the middle. A good look. Anna Eisenbarth, her triple. It'll hit the support beams of the hoop, which will give it to Yankton. 23.5 seconds to play in our third quarter. It's 24-23, Spartans lead. Yankton again could take a lead as the buzzer sounds. They did that in the second quarter, an opportunity to do so in our third quarter of action. 13 seconds to play. Wolfgram trying to set up her team's offense. With it, brings it on to the near side, drives into the elbow, kicks it out. Elwood pump fakes. She gets cut off. 3 to shoot. Wolfgram steps it to the side as she's hit to the ground. Will not get the foul called as that wraps up our third quarter of action. Coach Savvy certainly thinks he should have gotten 3 free throws. He's not going to get it. Into our final quarter of action. It's a 1-point game. What a good one here tonight. If you're looking to watch it, if you're tuned in on Classic, it's 106.3. If you want to watch it, it's Yankton streaming on YouTube. 8 minutes to play, 24-23, Spartans lead.
MT and RC Smith Insurance has been a part of the Yankton community since 1949. Our agency would love to help you with your home, auto, business, life, and long-term care insurance needs.
We take pride in providing you with quality service when you have a claim or need to make changes to your coverage.
The MT and RC Smith Insurance Agency is flexible to meet with you in person or at the office at 204 West 4th Street. Give them a call for insurance changes, payments, claims, or service requests.
Back on the floor out of the timeout to wrap up our third quarter. 24-23, Yankton trails to Spearfish. 8 minutes to go on our Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard. Gazelles will open with the basketball, and a low scorer here tonight for both sides. Both teams are pacing well below their season average, and Coach Johnson kind of mentioned in the interview pregame that, well, we've held teams to below their average, and we look to do it again here tonight. They've certainly done that against the Gazelles, who have 23 points through 3 quarters of action. Yankton with it. They move it to the elbow. Kelson Wells swings it out. Up top, Rao drives with it, kicks it out, and she's called for a travel again. They've been tight on the travels here tonight, as we've seen some on each side. Spartans back on offense for the first time here of the fourth quarter. Moving it down the floor, Sierra Sanford will give it up to Callie Reiners. On the far side, she dribbles against Jocelyn Elwood. Now up top, Kate Scharf. The three-pointer from college range is money. Spearfish keeps Yankton at just an arm's length with that triple. Again, Yankton is looking for just one of these quarters to have a good offensive performance. The handoff from Wells to Wolfgram, who's then fouled on the drive. On the foul, the Spartans, it's Anna Eisenbarth. Or no, Adeline Bowman. Jordan Cooter checks in place of September Rao. Spearfish leads 27-23 over Yankton. Just over 7 minutes to go in the game. Inbound gets into Wolfgram. A full shot clock for Yankton. Wolfgram finds some room, but just put too much on the layup attempt. Had a great look that she makes most of the time. On the flip side, a layup missed by the Spartans. Cooter reels it in as we cross the 7-minute mark in the game. Jordan brings it up, drives into the lane. Her pass was tipped, now out to Kraske. Her three-pointer off the front of the rim it goes. That one looked like it was going to fall from here. Kate Scharf with it, picks up her dribble, gives it up to Grubb, leaves it short on the three attempt, and a foul again on Spearfish. An over-the-back foul call, and that one goes against Sierra Sanford, and really no one in foul trouble in this entire game. The most is Kate Scharf with 3. Yankton with possession. They trail by 2 possessions, 27-23. Scoring has been difficult here tonight. Kraske has picked up her dribble, bounces it into Wells. Wanted to cut, couldn't find it. Wells drives, short on her attempt. On the other side, Spartans move it quickly down the floor into the lane, and the ball just got knocked off of Eden Wolfgram's face into the hands of Wells, and a timeout called by Coach Savvy to keep possession for his team. It will count as a steal for Kelson Wells, her 3rd of the night, and a 30-second Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break.
Craving something boss-level delicious? Come out to Boss Pizza and Chicken, where flavor meets delicious and delicious meets drooling. Your taste buds won't be the same when you taste the bold flavors of Boss Pizza and Chicken. From crispy chicken to juicy burgers to handcrafted specialty pizzas, Boss has it all. Serving lunch and dinner Monday through Sunday starting at 11 o'clock. That's why they're the boss. Boss Pizza and Chicken, just waiting to crush your cravings.
6:04 to go in this one. Spearfish leads Yankton in a tight one in Spearfish. What a game it's been. Appreciate you tuning in tonight. I'm Zach Spear on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. Gazelles with possession out of the timeout after the steal from Kelson Wells. Wolfgram will dribble it down the floor. Under 6 minutes to play in this one. Jordan Cooter to the top of the key will give it up Jocelyn Elwood. It's becoming crunch time here for Yankton. They've got to get some points. Now a foul, and it's on Spearfish. Now this could be big. Already 3 on the Spartans. Should it come down to bonus free throws later in this quarter. Adeline Bowman picks up her 3rd personal. Again, team's 3rd. And that is something for sure to keep an eye on as Finley Bowman is checked in. Yankton inbounds it to Kelson Wells. Kicks it out. Jocelyn Elwood beyond the perimeter. Sinks it for 3. Yankton's back within 1. Elwood, her first 3 of the night, and could not have come at a better time. 27-26, Yankton trails. Now with it, the Spartans take it away. Kelson Wells, her 4th steal of the night. Picks up her dribble, gives it up to Jocelyn Elwood. Yankton a chance to take the lead here on offense. Eden Wolfgram nears the Spartans logo here. Takes a screen but moves it the other way. Cross court, Jocelyn Elwood brings it baseline as she's fouled on the attempt. Spearfish, their 4th foul in the quarter, and free throws for Elwood, a chance to tie and take the lead. Finley Bowman, the 8th grade forward at 6 feet tall, takes her first personal. Jocelyn Elwood, 5 points in the game tonight. Misses the first of 2. They remain a 1-point deficit. Jocelyn, a 2-point per game scorer. She's got 5 tonight. Again, she's one who fills up the box score in other ways. No good, but offensive rebound, Jordan Kudera. Wolfgram drives it into the lane, hits the front side of the rim. Yankton had a great chance there to tie it up. Instead, they trail 27-26 under 5 minutes to play. Kate Scharf with it. Keeping it in her hands, spots up for the mid-range, no. Jordan Kudera, rebound 6, as I said. She's probably going to be the team's leader in rebounds come season end. Driving and kicking it out there, Kudera gives it up to Wolfgram as that one nearly went out of bounds. Wolfgram brings it up top, and she will set up her team's offense. Gives it up to Nora Kratzky, gets it right back, a hand in her face, steps it off to the side. 11 to shoot for the Gazelles. Up top, they move it. Kudera with it, 7 to shoot. Nora Kratzky, her shot sent out of bounds and rejected. 4 seconds to shoot for Yankton, who keeps possession. Anna Eisenbarth and Adeline Bowman check in for the Spartans. Yankton with only 4 seconds to get a shot off here. Wolfgram brings it into the lane, drives it off the glass, no. They remain down 1. Spartans in a scoring drought now, and Yankton looking to keep it that way. Neither team has scored 30 points here yet in this one. Sierra Sanford has it as we cross the 4-minute mark halfway through our fourth quarter. The spin high off the glass, scoring it. Adeline Bowman puts her team back up 3. 3:45 to go in this one. Yankton trails 29-26. Wolfgram works against Sierra Sanford, hands it off. Jordan Kudera loses it out of bounds, but it was poked out by the Spartans. 26 yet to shoot for Yankton. This Yankton team just struggling from the floor, even when they get good open looks. Credit, though, to this Spearfish defense, who has really tightened things up here when it matters most. Jocelyn Elwood swings it across to Nora Kratzky. She's got no dribble now. Kudera keeps her dribble alive, which saved her there. Otherwise would have been trapped. Looking for anything. Ball again knocked out. Last touch by Spearfish. 5 seconds to shoot for Yankton. Spartans playing well, still with 4 fouls. Any more fouls will put Yankton in the bonus and result in free throws. Wolfgram with it. Crosses over, her shot blocked and taken over by the Spartans. What defense tonight from Spearfish, who right now is holding Yankton under 30 points. Sanford finds Bowman at the elbow, and the cutter, no! It's taken away, Jocelyn Elwood. These teams fighting hard as Jocelyn Elwood drives it, scores it! Jocelyn Elwood brings her team within 1. She's up to 7 points as has come to life here in our fourth quarter of action. A timeout. Coach Dakota Johnson wants to talk things over. A 60-second Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. It's 29-28. Spearfish leads Yankton. Under 3 minutes to go on this one on Classic. It's 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
Warmer days are coming, and sooner or later your air conditioning will need to kick in as well. But what if it doesn't? Well, don't wait. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling. With 43 years in the business, we're very knowledgeable on what we do and how we serve our customers. You can rest assured that when you call day or night, someone will always pick up the call. Join our elite club today and become a priority member. Skip the line, get discounts on services, and have no overtime fees. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling for expert service from factory-trained technicians.
Slumberland Furniture at 2401 Broadway in Yankton, home of Kirkland Furniture Group's, bedroom groups by Laguna, and dining sets by Tower and Catadel. They're also the only place to offer furniture by Flex Steel and the biggest selection of Lazy Boy in the area. The Mattress Gallery is full of the best brand name mattresses in the business, including the all-new Tempur-Pedic Active Breeze personalized climate-controlled mattress. Slumberland Furniture, dining, bedroom sets, and mattresses in Yankton.
Back to the floor, 2:44 to play in this one, and what a game it's been tonight in Spearfish. Yankton trails 29-28 to the Spartans, and it's been a back-and-forth effort so far, with the Spartans leading most of the second half. Yankton led a lot of the first half. With it, Sierra Sanford and the Spartans on offense. Down low, they move it. It somehow got into Adeline Bowman. Now Sierra Sanford drives it into the lane. Had a great look, but doesn't finish it at the rack. Yankton with it, moving ahead. Eden Wolfgram sprints it, and Yankton an opportunity to take the lead here late in this one. They bounce it into Brenna Elwood. Now Jocelyn Elwood has it at the elbow. Bounces it back to Wolfgram. In the middle of the floor she goes. 16 yet to shoot for Yankton. They have time to set something up. Elwood loses it. Now only 10 on the shot clock. Yankton needs to get something here. Wells gives it up. Kraske drives it baseline, swings it out. Driving baseline. Jocelyn Elwood touches out of bounds, and it'll be a turnover by this Yankton offense. With how low this one has been scoring, I wouldn't be shocked if neither team hits 30 points. If we ended at 29-28. A minute 54 to go in the game. Yankton trails 29-28. Spearfish up ahead. Sierra Sanford to the three-point line and then brings it back out. Wolfgram all over her. Now a screen. Sanford works against Wells. Gives it up to Adeline Bowman. Bowman takes a screen. They do not want Wolfgram defending whoever has it. Into the corner they move it. Callie Reiner's a good look, but that one no good. Brenna Elwood pulls in a crucial rebound, and again, Yankton a chance here to take the lead on offense. Elwood in trouble, finds Eden Wolfgram. 75 seconds to play in this one. Yankton trails one with the basketball. Brenna Elwood hands it off to Nora Kraske, now to Eden Wolfgram. Wolfgram gives it up, Jocelyn Elwood, who's had a fantastic fourth quarter. Eden Wolfgram drives it, kicks it out. Brenna Elwood now brings it baseline. She's cut off. Ball taken away. Kate Scharf has got it. A turnover, and Spearfish wants to move quickly. They now reel it in. 50 seconds to play. And a timeout called again here on the floor with just shy of 49 to play here. A timeout for Coach Johnson. 29-28 your score. Spearfish leads with possession and 49 seconds to play here. Doctors Lane, Reed, and Cole Swatsky make up the SWAT Chiropractic team. Check out their new location at 2000 Summit Street, Yankton, South Dakota. At SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, they'll treat your neck and back pain, headaches and migraines, plantar fasciitis, sciatica, sports injuries, elbow, knee, rotator cuff, nerve injuries, and more. SWAT Chiropractic, specialized wellness and therapy. Let them get you ready for wherever life leads you.
There's a whole new world out there. It's called the off-road, and it's waiting to be explored in a Polaris. So gear up to make every moment count with the Polaris off-road vehicle. The new Polaris models are now available at Stockman's Motorsports in Yankton. No matter the weather, get ready to tackle all the trails. With machines like these, your world just gets bigger. Stop in at Stockman's Motorsports today to learn more about the epic new Polaris off-road lineup.
49 seconds to play here on the floor. Spearfish leads 29-28 and has possession of the basketball. They get it into Scharf. Yankton does not need to foul but cannot give up any points here. Driving with it are the Spartans, and they bounce it out now to Finley Bowman. Has September Rao all over her. Drives with it, and September's going to pick up a foul. Now, if this resets to a full shot clock, that will then, shot clock has been turned off. That is a bad one for Yankton. Rao picks up her first personal and team's first as well. And now we get to the fouling. Eden Wolfgram picks up her second personal, team's second. Unless they force a turnover on inbounding, it'll be fouls from here on out. Spartans again getting it in, fight for the basketball. And they are going to grant a timeout for Coach Johnson of Spearfish. Thought the basketball maybe was on the ground, but Coach Dakota Johnson saves the possession for her team. 31.8 seconds to play in this one. Yankton is going to be forced to put Spearfish to the free throw line and just hope for some misses here on the floor tonight. It has been a heck of a ball game here on the floor tonight between Yankton and Spearfish. 31.8 seconds to play on the Fox stop of Yankton scoreboard. 29-28, Yankton trails, and unfortunately they are on defense. After this game will be Bucks and the Spartans, so you'll want to keep it tuned here. We'll have a quick First Dakota National Bank post-game show and your hot hands of the game brought to you by Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton. Yankton with 2 fouls now and 2 to give. Inbound gets in Adeline Bowman, and Wolfgram will pick up the foul. Her third personal, team's third, and at this point you can't worry too much about who's got fouls and who doesn't. Inbound gets into Kate Scharf, and Yankton will be forced to foul her. It is now foul number 4 on the floor for the Gazelles. And we'll see who they call it on. Could be any number of Yankton. It's on Jocelyn Elwood. Now it will get to the bonus here. As Wolfgram, did she get a hand on it or is it a foul? They're going to call the foul, and it is bonus free throws here for the Spartans. Wolfgram has 4 fouls now and cannot foul again, otherwise she's out of this one. At the free throw line here, Adeline Bowman misses the first of 2. It's what Yankton needed. They needed at least 1 miss to help their chances here. Kelson Wells checks in for Brenna Elwood. Yankton should have a chance for a game winner off of this free throw. Bowman's next attempt does fall in, and the Spartans lead by 2. 26 seconds to play. Yankton trailing 30-28, and whistles blow. Is it a foul, jump ball, or a timeout? A timeout called by Coach Savvy. Just barely got that one off in time. So 22 seconds to play on the floor. Yankton with possession, a chance to tie or for a game winner here. Coach Savvy just barely got the timeout off in time. We kept it here last time. This time we'll take a 30-second break, and I promise you will not miss the last 22 seconds of this one.
Imagine working for a successful global business with customers in 140 countries. That's Vishay Intertechnology, a Fortune 1000 maker of electronic componentry. Now imagine a company of that size with that kind of stability and a caring family-like environment. Learn more about what you can do at Vishay by visiting VishayCareers.com. Vishay is an equal opportunity employer. Vishay, the DNA of tech.
Back to the floor, 22 seconds to go in this one. Yankton trails 30-28 on our Fox top of Yankton scoreboard. They've got possession and 22 seconds. A 2 ties it, a 3 wins it. We'll see what the Gazelles have in store in a game where they have really struggled scoring all night. Jocelyn Elwood to inbound it here. They get it into Eden Wolfgram, and she will go to work here for her team's offense. Brings it up to the top. Now kicks it out. Jordan Kudera for the lead off the front iron it goes. It's rebounded there by the Spartans, and Yankton fouls. Jordan Kudera couldn't get the triple to fall. Wells picks up her second personal, team 6th. And Spearfish back at the free throw line. Yankton desperately needing a single miss here. Adeline Bowman back at the line, misses the first. Yankton not out of this one with 9.6 seconds to play. They need a clutch bucket though as Bowman sinks it. And Yankton can only get a game winner off an and-one 3. Wolfgram sprints it across, and a timeout called by Coach Savvy with 5 seconds to play. It will be his final timeout and our final Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break of the night. It is 31-28. Yankton trails. They need a triple, and they've got 5.5 seconds to do so. Can they pull it off here tonight, or are the Spartans going to hang on for victory?
When you need top-notch appliances that last, trust the experts at Murph's Appliance. From washers and dryers to refrigerators, they have all the trusted brands to keep your home running smoothly. At Murph's, you'll find Maytag appliances built for durability and service you can count on. Whether it's a new oven or a repair, they're there for you every step of the way. Stop on down to Murph's Appliance, your local Maytag dealer in Vermilion. Maytag and Murph's, reliable just like you.
5.4 seconds to play. Yankton trails 31-28. They've got possession, and they need a triple. Now, if you're the Spartans, do you think about maybe fouling and sending Yankton to the free throw line? I mean, there's a few different thought processes. Or has it been an off shooting night for Yankton? Force them to shoot it and make them prove it. On the inbound, they bounce it in, and it's up for grabs. It ends up with Kelson Wells. Gets it to Wolfgram. She is fouled and headed to the free throw line. Not a bad move by the Spartans, as that will force bonus free throws for Yankton. It's a smart play. Callie Reiners picks up her second, personal team's fifth, and both teams in bonus. Eden Wolfgram at the line. She needs this first one to fall, and she's got it. It's now a 2-point game, and Yankton going to have to try for the miss and an offensive rebound. Can they pull this off here tonight with 2.9 seconds to play? Wolfgram at the line, her second attempt. Off the iron it goes and into the hands of Spearfish. Wolfgram gets a foul, but she's out of this one. And Spearfish can win it with two made free throws. Eden Wolfgram is fouled out, and that will be the Gazelles' seventh foul in the quarter. Callie Reiners at the free throw line. 1.5 seconds to play. Yankton's going to need a miracle shot, and they need at least a missed free throw here. Free throw misses from Reiners, but you just again feel like Gazelles are out of timeouts. 1.5 seconds. They're going to need a three-quarter shot heave, and do they have it in them? Next one drops. Spartans lead by 3, and Yankton, they just lob it in. A half-court attempt. Wells puts it up, and that one is going to fall off to the left side, and that will wrap it up here tonight. The Gazelles just can't quite pull off the upset and drop 32-29 to the Spearfish Spartans. Spearfish now 11-8 on the season. Yankton will drop to 7-12. Again, it is a doubleheader night here tonight. Coming up, the Yankton Bucks against the Spearfish Spartans. We'll take a break. When we return, it's the First Dakota National Bank postgame show, and then our Kaiser Heating and Cooling hot hands of the game for the game we just saw on the floor, and then right into our pregame, for the Bucks and Spartans. It's all on the way here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
This is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality health care, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
I knew I should have had those brakes checked. At Graham Tire, it's all about safety. Tire mounting, balancing, wheel alignment, and shocks and struts and batteries, oil changes, and lube service. Graham Tire does these every day. And there's over an acre of tires. Graham Tire has them all, big and small. Tires for cars, trucks, campers, trailers, big rigs, and tracks. Honesty and integrity is a matter of pride since 1951. Graham Tire, Yankton.
Midwest Insurance Agency values family. Our agency has been family-run for over 60 years. We pride ourselves on excellent, knowledgeable customer service. This day and age, everyone is so eager to have an immediate response with a quote. But at Midwest Insurance, we take our time and evaluate your assets and make sure you are properly insured. We take those what-ifs very seriously. As we continue on our family business with hopes of our children, Brooke or Jet, taking over in the future, we will continue to be there for you always. Come be a part of our family. Midwest Insurance Agency, 3016 Piper Street, Yankton.
Welcome to JR's Oasis, your one-stop food and gas shop. Proud to serve Phillips 66 regular, premium, and diesel fuel. After fueling, go inside for slushies and shakes, ice cream cones, and now offering a full line of healthy, chilled items and snacks. JR's hot menu is great for breakfast, lunch, and supper, featuring the famous Hammer Breakfast Sandwich and fresh hand patty burgers. Try the new Cafe Tango frozen coffees for that extra boost of deliciousness. JR's Oasis, East Highway 50, Yankton.
If you want somebody to come into your home and fix everything right the first time, look professional, act professional, treat you with respect, you gotta call Kaylin's. When they come in, I feel that they want to be there. I feel that they want to help me.
You know, they put on the little booties over their shoes. They had canvas from the garage door all the way down to walk on. They left the furnace room in the basement probably cleaner than it was when they came in.
They just do customer service very well. I would recommend Kaylin's to anyone.
From simple sniffles to complex health conditions, the primary care providers at Yankton Medical Clinic will not only see you for your annual visits, screenings, and preventative care, but also provides care for the entire family, from pediatrics to adults. With 4 clinic locations and 15 outreach locations throughout South Dakota and Nebraska, compassionate, quality medical care is closer than you think. For more information on providers, services, and locations, visit our website, yanktonmedicalclinic.com.
If you're into hunting, fishing, towing, or just want to blaze the trail, All Seasons has ATVs, UTVs, dirt bikes, and scooters from quality brands like Honda, Yamaha, and CF Moto. Needing watercraft? All Seasons has a large selection of quality boats and wave runners, and we take pride in service after the sale. We have friendly certified technicians that will winterize, summarize, diagnose, and repair your power sports equipment. In business for over 20 years for good reasons. We're All Seasons, Power Sports and Marine in Yankton.
And back on the floor here for our First Dakota National Bank post-game show after the Gazelles fall into the Spearfish Spartans. Your final score, 32-29. First Dakota National Bank of Yankton has proudly supported the dreams and banking needs of their customers for every stage of your journey with 2 locations, downtown and North Broadway, Yankton. Your final stats in this one, Jocelyn Elwood wraps up with 7 points, 2 rebounds, a steal, and a block. Eden Wolfgram, 5 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 steals. Nora Kraske with 3 points, 1 rebound, and 4 steals. Jordan Cooter had 9 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 steals. September Rao with 3 points, 2 rebounds, and a steal. And coming off the bench for Yankton, Kelson Wells with 2 rebounds, an assist, and 4 steals. We saw Brenna Elwood in this one as well, 2 points, and 2 rebounds, as those were the only players that we saw off the bench here for Yankton, as now it's time for your hot hands of the game, brought to you by Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton. Yankton's original and most trusted heating and cooling professionals for over 76 years. Kaiser Heating and Cooling, 808 West 23rd Street of Yankton. Tonight's hot hands of the game belong to Jocelyn Elwood, as it felt like she really come into that fourth quarter of play, put up a great fight, had her team right back in it. So congratulations to Jocelyn Elwood on being the Kaiser Heating and Cooling hot hands of the game. Again, the Gazelles for the final time fall 32-29 to the Spearfish Spartans in our first game of a doubleheader here on the floor tonight, as now we transition into our Anytime Fitness of Yankton pregame show for the Bucks and the Spartans. Anytime Fitness Yankton, let's make healthy happen. And of course, now that we've wrapped up the Gazelles, the Bucks take to the floor, also against the Spearfish Spartans. Entering this game, the Bucks are as hot as any team in AA. They've worked up to a 6-12 record, which has them remaining as the 13th seed in the class. Spearfish has had a very good season. They're currently 14-4, which is good for 6th in all of AA. It's going to be a tough matchup for the Bucks here tonight, as this Spearfish team just very good, and they are state tournament hopefuls here this season, and a win here tonight would certainly help them in the standings in the Sodak 16 over a loss. Here's how the teams have stacked up so far this year. For Yankton, they're putting up 53.5 points per game. Spearfish, 57.5 points per game. Yankton allows just over 52 points per game defensively. Spearfish gives up 42 only. For Yankton, as a 6-12 team, their average game is a +1 point differential in their favor. You don't hear of many teams with a 6-12 record who have actually scored more points during the season than they have given up. But that is the case for Yankton, and as I talk with all of the coaches in the areas, they want nothing to do with this Bucks team. They say, I know, I look at the record and it shows that maybe they're one of the weaker teams in AA, but that is just not the case. Last year when these teams matched up, it was a good matchup as the Yankton Bucks came away with a victory, and the final score 48-42, and it's kind of a similar situation that we saw earlier in the girls' game. Offense is not separated really by too much, but it's the defense of the teams where you see the difference. Yankton giving up about 10.5 more points per game defensively. Thing is, though, again, the Bucks are coming off a game that saw them giving up only 28 points, and the game before that, only 38. That's going to need to continue for Yankton should they want to grab another big win. For Spearfish, they'll need to slow down this surging Yankton team, and we'll see if they are up for the challenge here tonight. And speaking of the surging team, Yankton beating Brookings in their last action. 64-28 was the final score in that one. Leading the way in scoring, as it's kind of been a lot as of lately, Jackson Kudrow with 23 points, 11 first quarter points he had. Trailing him with 11 was Abe O'Brien, 10 for Beck Reichen. O'Nidsness had 8, 6 for Austin Conway, and 2 for both Jackson Reichen, Talon Harms, and Grady Walder. Rebounding the basketball, leading the way with 4 total rebounds is both Owen Eidsness and Austin Conway, all with 3 rebounds. Jackson Kudera, Ivan Hirschman, and Beck Reichen. Jackson Reichen and Abe O'Brien both pulled in a couple, and with 1, Miles Drotzman. Assists leading the way was Owen Eidsness with 3, tied with Beck Reichen for the most on the squad. 2 for Abe O'Brien, and then 1 for Jackson Kudera, Austin Conway, and Ivan Hirschman. Shooting from the floor, as I said, it was just a good shooting night for Jackson Kudera. 5 for 7 from 3, 71.5%. But here's the thing, at the free throw line, he shot 28.5%, 2 for 7. I mean, just kind of a little backwards of what you might expect on the floor. But you know what, if you're going to shoot over 70% from downtown and 57% from the floor, I don't think Coach Haynes is going to have any issues with that. I mean, what a shooting night it was for Yankton. Abe O'Brien 1 for 1 from 3. Grady Walder only shot 1, he was 0 for 1. Beck Reichen 2 for 3, and just a great shooting night. And then to the defensive side of things, with steals leading the way, all with 2, Owen Eidsness, Grady Walder, Austin Conway, and Jackson Kudera. With deflections, Eidsness the most with 5, Austin Conway and Kudera each with 2, and Beck Reichen and Miles Drotzman each with 1 as well. We are nearing tip-off here. I got a chance only to talk with head coach Chris Haynes. Could not get a chance to talk with Ben Schultz of the Spartans. That's no problem. I'm sure he is very busy prepping for postseason and the end of the regular season here. We'll step aside during our Anytime Fitness of Yankton pregame show. When we return, that chat with Coach Haynes, that's here on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Do you like to read? I love to read. So does Raven Books, your unique bookstore in Yankton, where you'll find thousands of books from brand new to gently used oldies but goodies, all at unbeatable prices. Trade in your old favorites for credit and be able to explore something new. Whether you're a casual reader or a bookworm, Raven Books is your next chapter, located at 804 Bill Baggs Road. Raven Books, where every book finds a home.
Weather around here gets pretty crazy. Are you sure the weather hasn't caused damage to your roof? Let Justice at H&H Roofing in Yankton take any roof damage worries away. He'll come and inspect your roof. Even if you've had an inspection, get a second opinion or re-inspection for your peace of mind. H&H Roofing has built their reputation on working to satisfy homeowners for years. Family owned and operated. H&H Roofing is bonded and insured. Contact Justice today.
Dive into the delicious all-you-can-eat Asian buffet, featuring mouth-watering Asian cuisine like broccoli beef, General Chicken, sesame chicken, so much more. Or choose from a fresh selection of meats, noodles, rice, vegetables, Asian-inspired sauces, and watch them sizzle on the Mongolian grill. Plus tantalizing desserts, including ice cream. Get your fill at King Buffet and Mongolian Grill, North Broadway, Yankton.
Do you realize what your Yankton Hy-Vee has to offer? Aisles online, delivery, catering, fresh floral and bakery departments, pharmacy with drive-up, and online prescription refills, Hy-Vee Health Market, dietitian service, fresh seafood department, U.S. Postal Substation, take and bake for breakfast, and family meal deals. Yes, all that and more is at your Yankton Hy-Vee, located on the corner of 21st Street and Broadway Avenue in Yankton.
Larson Carpet has all your flooring needs. Step into their showroom to see a wide selection of all types of flooring. They have soft and luxurious carpet that's sure to bring comfort to your home. Stylized tile to make any room pop. Different color options of hardwood to make matching easy. And convenient vinyl plank for when spills happen. Of course, with the best customer service in the area. Their knowledgeable staff will make sure to answer any questions you might have. Larson Carpet, 212 Walnut.
Looking to buy a home or maybe sell? Trust the name that puts you first. America's Best Realty. From your first showing to the final signature, their expert agents guide you every step of the way. Fast closings, top market value, and real service you can count on. Your dream home, they will find it. Selling fast, they will make it happen. Call America's Best Realty at 605-260-1600. America's Best Realty, because you deserve the best.
Back on our coaches' conversations, it's head coach of the Yankton Bucks, Chris Haynes. Coach, your team coming off an impressive victory in Brookings. What did you see in that game?
Yeah, I thought our defense was good. Our pressure in the full court really bothered them. I thought getting off to a good start offensively, Jackson was able to make some shots for us, and that had kind of a twofold effect, obviously, getting points, but then it also let us get in, set up our press, and we just felt that we had a little bit of a quickness advantage in the full court, and we could bother their guards a little bit and slow them down from just walking the ball up and passing around and getting the ball inside to their big guy. So that was good. I just thought it was an all-around great road game for us.
And you kind of touched on the defense, but let's dive into it, as lately it's come to life, giving up only 66 points combined between your last two games. What is working so well with the defense?
Well, I think other than, at times before Christmas and then coming out that first week after Christmas, other than that, our defense has been solid. I wouldn't say great. Still some things we can work on there, but it's kind of been, I think our guys are really buying into the fact of, hey, this has got to be what we hang our hat on. And so we've done that. I think the other thing that's allowed us to keep teams from scoring has been the times that we've rebounded. So our defense I've been, semi-pleased with throughout the year, but the defensive glass has been sporadic, but here as of late it's been a lot better. So we've been able to finish possessions with rebounds, and that's been huge for us. And then obviously, taking care of the basketball, which we've done better at, and making some shots and executing on the offensive end so the other team has to take the ball out of bounds is limited transition opportunities. So all those things have been better here the last few games.
And now you take on the Spearfish Spartans. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, really good team. This is kind of the year that they've been building up for. They got into the state tournament last year, had a really nice season last year, got into the state tournament, and I think that was huge for them, just confidence and things like that. And they've been really good at home, this group has. They've only lost once at home this year, and they didn't lose at home, very often last year either. So they play very well at home, and they're very talented. They got three three guys that can really score, three really good guards, four guys that can really score, four really good guards, and then they have good role players around them. The big kid inside is physical and can get some things done. So they got a complete team. They guard you. They're keeping their teams down as far as their field goal percentage, and they just don't beat themselves. I think that would be the other biggest thing. They don't make a lot of mistakes on either end of the floor, so we're going to have to play a really good basketball game, especially here on the road in a tough environment. The Spearfish community has really come out and supported this team the last couple of years, and rightfully so. They're good, and they play well. They play hard. They play well together, and so, like I said, it's going to take a great effort for us to be in the game tonight.
And between your last game and this one, 2 practices, what are those looking like?
Yeah, just, that time of year in February, short and sweet, fine-tuning some things, doing a few things on your opponents that you need to work on, but also trying to find that balance of, hey, here's some things we need to work on, here's some things we need to prepare for our opponents, but also, it's a time of year where you need to have fresh legs. So it's always, as a coach, it's always a balancing act once you get into late February and into March as far as practice time and things like that. So hopefully we hit that balance right here.
And as always, Coach, appreciate the time. Should be a good one. Good luck in this one.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Zach.
Again, you just heard head coach Chris Haynes of the Yankton Bucks on our Coaches Conversations. Up next, it's Yankton and Spearfish on Fox Sports Radio and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
Looking for a photo that actually looks like you, but better? At Meridian Photo, we specialize in capturing personality, not just poses. Whether it's headshots, high school seniors, family sessions, or team and individual sports photos, we'll make you look like a legend. We've just landed in the Meridian district of Yankton. Book your session today at meridian-photo.com or give us a call at 605-655-4598. Meridian Photo. Be you. You deserve it.
Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team specializing in all things heating and cooling, as well as heat and glow gas, wood, and electric fireplaces, humidifiers and dehumidifiers, and all styles of ductless mini-split systems. Whether you are building or remodeling, our team of innovative experts will get you the correct equipment and indoor air quality accessories you need for your home or business. Remember, Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team for all things heating and cooling for the past 77 years. Go Bucks and Gazelles.
Your local KFC Taco Bell at 2504 Fox Run Parkway in Yankton offers 2 menus combined into one. Something for everyone at KFC Taco Bell. When your family's hungry and can't decide between crispy chicken and mashed potatoes or tacos, burritos, and protein bowls, well, you don't have to choose. Get the best of both worlds in one stop. Cool down with the legendary Baja Blast Freeze or heat things up with a variety of hot sauces. KFC Taco Bell Yankton. Why pick one when you can have both?
What does FloorTech do? When disaster strikes, water damage, mold growth, or fire cleanup, call the team you can trust. FloorTech Cleaning and Restoration. They respond fast to protect your home or business and restore it the right way with honesty, integrity, and top-notch service. Their crews proudly serve southeast South Dakota and northeast Nebraska, including Yankton, Mitchell, Norfolk, and Sioux Falls. For 24/7 emergency service, call 800-507-1822. If your home or floor is wet, call FloorTech or visit them at floortechrestoration.com.
And back on the floor to close out our Anytime Fitness of Yankton pregame show, the Yankton Bucks against the Spearfish Spartans. Yankton comes into it with a 6-12 record. The Spartans 14-4. Appreciate you tuning in here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. If you're a fan of all things Yankton athletics, consider subscribing to Yankton streaming on YouTube. As 10 seconds left here on the warm-ups on the floor, as we already knocked out the senior night celebration here on the floor. Yankton wearing their road red jersey and shorts trimmed out in white. And on the flip side for Spearfish, just like their girls were wearing, all white jersey and shorts, and those are trimmed out in burgundy. A huge opportunity for the Bucks here tonight to try and get some extra seed points entering their final game of the season tomorrow. Yankton Gazelles only with one more game after they fell to Spearfish earlier tonight, 32-29, in one of the lowest scoring games we have seen. And it's time for your starting lineups on the floor, brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion. For all your heating and cooling needs, it's Larry's Heating and Cooling, anytime, any day. Starting with the home team, the Spearfish Spartans, coached by Ben Schultz, a 14-4 record. Senior guard, 6 feet tall, number 0, it's Bennett Corton. Senior guard forward combo at 6'2", number 2, Cameron Davis. A senior forward at 5'11", it's number 12, Isaac Wilson. The 6'5" senior forward, number 25, Cooper Gibbs. And to round out the Spartans lineup, 6'7" center, the senior, number 33, Ashar Hodges. It's now time to meet the Yankton Bucks starting lineup for tonight, brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion.
Beck Reichen, number 2, guard. Owen Isnes, number 3, guard. Jackson Kudra, number 4, guard. Abel Bryan, number 5, forward. Austin Conway, number 52, center.
Again, those were your starting lineups for the Yankton Bucks tonight, presented by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion. Just moments away, tip-off between the Bucks and the Spearfish Spartans as they've got their video board running as a promo for their season. And now they finish up their starting lineups on the floor. They already announced the starting Bucks, and now for the Spartans. But again, a doubleheader tomorrow night as well, or tomorrow in the middle of the day, I should say. The Yankton Bucks and Gazelles against the Douglas Patriots. And that will start at tip-off, 1 o'clock Mountain Time, 2 o'clock Central Time with the Gazelles and the Bucks to follow. Important games here to wrap up the regular season. And even if it doesn't affect standings, just to head into your Sodak 16 game with some extra momentum. Never hurt anybody. Again, the Bucks as hot as any team in AA. The Spartans only 4 losses on the season, trying to climb up to the top 5 in the standings of AA. We'll see who comes out on top here in this one, as it is officially time for Yankton Bucks basketball, presented by First Dakota National Bank of Yankton. Another senior night here for Spearfish, this time for the boys as we load up our Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard. Abe O'Brien will meet Cooper Gibbs in the center circle for the tip. And the ball's put into the air, controlled by Spearfish, and Hodges will have to sprint and go run and grab that. Spearfish with it, and they'll move it left to right as you watch it on Yankton streaming on YouTube. Owen Isnes, a quick steal, brings it the other direction, drives to the lane, he's fouled immediately. Owen Isnes, the team leader in steals, gets another one and picks up a quick foul. That goes against Bennett Corton. Isnes a chance to get the first score of the night rolling here. Owen misses the first of 2. And as of late, he's kind of struggled from the free throw line. And maybe a little bit shooting overall on the season, as Coach Haynes would say. Does get the second one to drop, and the Bucks will start with the lead. 1-0, 20 seconds into this one. The Spartans with their first real offensive possession as they cross the half-court line this time. Cameron Davis has it, swings it across Isaac Wilson. He'll now hand it off to Bennett Corton. Corton drives at baseline, he gets cut off. Up top, swings it. Pump faking the 3, Isaac Wilson. 12 to shoot now for Spearfish. He has a cutter down low in Gibbs. Gives it up to Hodges, right back to Gibbs for the 3. Leaves it short, but an offensive board. Cameron Davis keeps it rolling. Isnes got a hand on it, but it remains with the Spartans. Davis splits between the defenders, drives and scores it. Spearfish in the lead for the first time of the night. 1 minute in, it's 2-1, Spartans in the lead. Yankton brings it on the other side for another offensive set. It'll be the first play they get to run of the night. Reichen gives it to Abe O'Brien, well beyond the three-point line, had it poked free from Gibbs. Now with it, Jackson Kudera. He draws a lot of attention and turns the ball over. Going the other direction, the Spartans, and a quick layup. Had a great opportunity, but they couldn't finish it at the rack. Kudera pulled it in and scoring on the other end, Beck Reichen for two. Moving quickly back on the other side, the Spartans laying it in for two more, Bennett Corton. 4-3. Spearfish leads, 6:05 to play in our first quarter on our Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard. Kudera gets it, drives at the elbow, dishes it out. Owen Eisnes, good look from three off the front side of the rim. It goes, but knocked out of bounds after the Spartans fought each other for the rebound. Checking in for the first time, Mason Southern and Kate Vavruska for the Spartans. I was told by some of the Spartans to expect them to get in frequently. Beck Reichen, pump fakes a three, drives it, gets into the lane, lost the basketball. Basketball rolls to the hands first of Kudera, then lost to Spearfish, goes out of bounds, and it's Yankton basketball. A lot of bodies hitting the floor, and they've let them play out here in Spearfish, and I tell you what, that's my kind of basketball. Let them play it out, and that they have. Yankton takes back over on offense. Abe O'Brien across to Owen Eisnes. He'll bounce it into Austin Conway. The big man brings it down low. A few post moves, can't get by Gibbs. Eisnes nearly lost that one in a fight for the basketball. Eisnes called for a travel. A turnover here, and the Spartans take over. Spartans bring it the other direction, and a 1-point lead for them. A few minutes into this one. On the far side with it, Southern. Southern will give it up to Gibbs, who's stopped at the elbow. And a couple of back and forth passes as Southern drives high off the glass. What a layup for two. A hard-earned two, but he'll get him either way. 6-3, Spearfish now leads over the Bucks. A slow offensive start here for Yankton. Kudera at this point in the last game had 9 already. His team with 3 right now. Working down low, Conway throws it up, can't get the bucket to fall. 4:40 to go in our first quarter. It's 6-3, the Spartans in the lead. A 14-win team for a reason, and a tough challenge here for the Bucks. Driving with it and throwing it up, can't finish it at the hoop. Vavruska's fouled. Foul is on Abe O'Brien. His first personal, team's first of the quarter. And they'll say Jackson Kudera. I could have swore it looked like he held up a 5. Vavruska gets the first to fall. And in comes Carson Sire for Spearfish. Vavruska's next free throw also good, and it is the largest lead we've seen so far tonight. 8-3, Spearfish in the lead. Bucks with 3 points in the first few minutes, looking to add on. With spacing off the right side of the rim, that three-point attempt for Kudera can't drop. Eisnes knocks the ball out of bounds. It stays with Spearfish. Usually if Kudera's got that kind of spacing, he's knocking the shot down. Up ahead, Vavruska drives with it, gets cut off. Back up top, they move it. Cameron Davis swings it to the hands of Sire. Sire back to Davis, sidesteps it, takes the three, and a no-doubter. Coach Haynes will be forced to call a timeout. It's a Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. Locally owned for 4 generations, call them for water softening and purification, salt reverse osmosis needs, and bottled water. That's Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton. Not the start the Bucks were looking for, trailing 11-3. It's an 8-point difference halfway through our first quarter of action. And again, just like the Gazelles, kind of coming out a little bit flat, and you wonder how much that 6-hour road trip has to do with it. It's not easy. That is very tough to try and come out after 6 hours on the road, and Yankton does that, and then back in action tomorrow, middle of the day, a quick turnaround. Yankton with it on offense. Owen Eidsness has 1 point with the basketball, drives it, had some space, tried to find a cutter, and Kudera taken the other way. No good on the first attempt, but only Spartans around is cleaning up the glass and scoring. It is Carson Sire. It is a double-digit lead for the Spartans, 13-3, Yankton trails. Conway gets it, spins into the lane, takes another spin, puts it in for two, his first score of the night. (13-5). Yankton currently trails the Spartans early in this one. Cross court over to Cameron Davis. Thought about the triple, instead to the hands of Southern. On the logo, he stands. Mason Southern dribbles it around. Bounces it over to Gibbs, who's beyond the three-point line. Tries getting it down low. It's out of bounds and a turnover for the Spartans. Ivan Hirschman and Miles Drotzman will check in for the Bucks, who have taken over. 3 minutes to go in our first, 13-5. Yankton trails. Ashar Hodges will check back in for Spearfish. A senior stands 6 feet 7 inches tall. Certainly taller than any of the Bucks. Beck Reichen drives with it. Had some contact, tried throwing it up, won't get the foul, it goes the other way. Southern gives it to Cameron Davis, drives it. Out of the jump, passes it, a quick three attempt here. Falls short to the hands of Kudera, his second board of the night. Only Yankton's second rebound here in the game. Jackson Kudera had a hard time reeling in that pass. Kicks it out, Beck Reichen, a good look from downtown off the back iron. Austin Conway, the offensive board. Kicks it to Hirschman, whose shot's deflected. 13-5, our score remains, 2:15 to go in the first quarter. Thomas Hughes with it. Gives it up to an open Cameron Davis. He's got another one. And another timeout called on the floor again by Coach Haynes. Another Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. It's 16-5, Spearfish leads.
Hi, it's Linda at Linda's Angel Crossing in Yankton. I carry Tribal, Lulu Bee, Ethel, Southern Lady, and Old Ranch. I have other brands too. The nursery has everything you need for babies. Copper pearl bibs, magnetic sleepers, swaddlers, bag sleepers, and baptism. Toddler clothing, boys and girls Under Armour to size 7, toys, little golden books, and other unique kids' toys. Linda's Angel Crossing, 1101 Broadway in Yankton.
Yankton Rexall in the Meridian District, Yankton, for all your gifts and decor needs. It's the only place in town to find both Hallmark ornaments and cards for any occasion. They also have Willow Tree and Precious Moments collectibles, the perfect anniversary and wedding gifts, nativity scenes, Watkins products, and single $1 chocolates. The Yankton Rexall Pharmacy for all your prescription needs. Yankton Rexall at the corner of 3rd and Douglas, downtown Yankton.
Back on the floor, 2:05 to play in our first quarter of action. Yankton trailing 16-5 out of the second timeout called for Coach Haynes. He's got 3 remaining for the game. Drotzman gives it up. Kudera knocks in that triple, and he's got the scoring rolling for tonight. Full court pressure from Yankton, but just on the inbound, as now they'll sag back to defense. They brought it back with an 8 after that triple. Ashar Hodge is now with it. Gives it up. Cameron Davis, his shot denied. Miles Drotzman doesn't have the height, but gets the rejection. Kudera head fakes the triple, drives into the lane, gets a good look for the mid-range, no good. Ball went out of bounds, last touch there by the Spartans. 84 seconds to play in the first quarter. A fresh shot clock for Yankton, who keeps it on offense. Beck Reichen gets it into Conway and gets it right back. Brings it to the elbow, kicks it out. Jackson Kudera, back-to-back threes. Jackson Kudera with 6 points. His team right back in it. It's 16-11. Spartans with the lead and the basketball. Mason Southern works against Ivan Hirschman, picked up his dribble, gives it up to Hodges, now out to Cameron Davis. Davis gets a look. He'll want to answer the three. Off of the rim it goes. Hirschman falls on it, and he will be able to get it out to Beck Reichen. A great effort by Ivan Hirschman there. Kudera wants another. Yes! Jackson Kudera is out of his mind yet again. 3 threes in the first quarter. He did it last game as well. What do? You can't stop him. Yankton trails 16-14. 25 seconds to play here in our first quarter. Mason Southern across to Cameron Davis. Davis gives it up. He'll spin, working against Kudera. Now to the hands of Thomas Hughes. He's cut off. 6 to shoot. A dead-on 3 left short. Austin Conway brings in the rebound. Yankton a chance to tie with 6 seconds to play here. Beck Reichen drives. He gets stopped. Austin Conway floats it up and scores it. We are tied up. Yankton ends that first quarter on a run. Coach Haynes certainly got through to his team in the break and got them rolling as they should be. 16 apiece on your Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard after our first quarter. The Fox Stop at the corner of West City Limits Road and 30th Street, Yankton. A full-service convenience store with hot food, Godfather's Pizza, personal pizzas, sandwiches, munchies, and beverages. Pay at the pump, gas and diesel fuel, firewood, and propane exchange. We'll step aside and be right back in 30 seconds.
Hi, I'm Franny Kiefer with the Yankton School District Alumni Association. We strive to create a community of alumni and friends who support extracurricular and educational opportunities in the Yankton School District. Through scholarships, grants, innovative education opportunities, and staff appreciation. With us, you will keep connected to a community of Yankton School District alumni and friends all over. You can help continue to pay it forward and help future graduates. Register today at the Yankton School District Alumni Association website.
And back in action. 8 minutes to go in our first half here. 16-16. Yankton closes out on an 11-0 run to tie it up after our first quarter. What an effort to get right back into this one for the Yankton Bucks. Yankton will start with possession here and a chance to take the lead in this one. They led early in the first quarter, and once Spearfish took over, they led the remainder of the way. Pass there to Drotzman, tipped away and taken the other direction by Cameron Davis. He gives it up now to Mason Southern, who hangs on to it for quite some time. Still has it well beyond the three-point line, and will give it up. Driving, Bennett Corton gets cut off, lining up the triple. Mason Southern, it's no good. Bounces around before Beck Reichen brings it in and sprints it down the floor. He finds Jackson Kudera, fakes it. Crossover into the lane. He's going to be fouled. And it was either a foul or a travel. Had to be one or the other, and it's a foul on Spearfish. The second personal on Bennett Corton. First personal for Spearfish in our second quarter of action. 16-16, tied up, 7:21 to go in our first half. Conway checks out as the floor for Yankton made up of Beck Reichen, Owen Eidsness, Jackson Kudera, Beck Reichen, and Miles Drotzman. Drotzman hands it off. Abe O'Brien for the lead, leaves it short. Eidsness got his hands on it, stripped it away, gives it up to Beck Reichen. Eidsness his second steal already tonight. Abe O'Brien goes up strong with it and scores it. Yankton back in the lead. Abe O'Brien, his first score of the night, and all of the starters have scored in this one. Coach Haynes emphatically telling his team what to do on defense. With it, Southern against Eidsness. Yankton leads for the first time in a while, 18-16. It is a 13-0 run for the Bucks. Mason Southern has it, bounces it over. A good look for three. Vavruska can't bury it. And a long rebound. Beck Reichen pulls it in, brings it the other direction. Can't score it. And it's going right back for the Spartans. A quick pop and no good on that from Southern. Drotzman brings it in, and now we'll slow things down just a little bit here on the floor. Beck Reichen crosses the timeline, and around the horn they move it. Kudera with it. He's already got 9 in tonight's game. Drives to the hoop with it, off the glass, and it drops. I mean, Jackson Kudera has just taken this team over as a sophomore. 16 points per game, and that continues to go up. On the other side, a quick pass around to Sire. Had a good look. His corner three won't drop. Owen Eidsness, the rebound, wants to bring it up ahead and nearly lost it, but able to hang on. Beck thought about the way downtown three. Eidsness will take it as it bounces around. No, Kudera, the offensive rebound, settles in for a mid-range jumper and 2 more. Now a timeout on the flip side. Spearfish wants it. Jackson Kudera already up to 13 points, 4 rebounds, as the Bucks lead 22-16 here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts on the corner of 15th and Broadway in Yankton. Your full-service flower and gift store. Beautiful fresh flower arrangements to artificial arrangements. Gifts, sympathy, foodie items to snarky gifts. Stop by and let the gals at Pied Piper give you the personal service you deserve. Brighten your day and head to Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts, where you'll find something new every time you go. Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts Yankton, they deliver.
Already lots of action in this one here tonight. Bucks lead 22-16 with 5.5 to play in our second quarter of action. Yankton trailed as much as 11 and has just simply outscored Spearfish 17-0 since. I got to wonder what Coach Haynes said in that second timeout he called, having his team ready to run through a brick wall. Spartans with it. Vavruska gives it up to Sire. Now up top, Cameron Davis. He can be a lethal three-point shooter for the Spartans. Down low, Davis spins it and scores it. It is the first Spartan score in quite some time. Brings his team back within 4 with just over 5 to play in our first half. Beck Reichen hands it off to Owen Eidsness and gets it right back on the far side. Pass was tipped out of bounds, intended for Kudera. It'll stay with the Bucks offense. Beck Reichen will inbound. A lot of times he'll just inbound it quick to Conway and get the basketball right back. This time gets it into Abe O'Brien, who finds a cutter, and Kudera tried throwing it up at the right baby hook, couldn't get it to drop. On the flip side, Corton behind the back into the hands of Cameron Davis. We're back down to a 2-point game. Reichen sprints it down the floor. Abe O'Brien now has it beyond the perimeter. Brings it to the free throw line, spins into the lane, and it is going to be a travel and a turnover. Austin Conway checks in. Miles Drotzman in for the big man. 22-22, Yankton leads in a 22-20. Yankton leads in a close one as we near the halfway point of our second quarter. Carson Sire steps it up to the line, now driving baseline, losing it out of bounds was Vavruska. It'll stay with the Spartans. Cameron Davis to the bench in his place, Cooper Gibbs for Spearfish. Inbound gets in, and Gibbs wants to shoot it right away. Had a good look, but off the back iron it bounces. Kudera gives it up, Eidsness, right back to Kudera. Swings it cross court, Beck Reichen. Has a defender trailing him, tries the acrobatic layup, and it's no good. Halfway through our second quarter, ball goes out of bounds. Last touch there by the Spartans. Bennett Corton lost it as Owen Eidsness was right in his face. A turnover, and Yankton takes it. Jackson Kudera will inbound. Beck Reichen to set up for the team. Reichen takes a kind of backward screen from Abe O'Brien. Definitely intentional. Ball knocked out of bounds. No, it's saved. What a play by Spearfish. I said they're an athletic team. Gibbs drives with it and scores it. We're all tied up at 22 apiece. So after the 17-0 run for Yankton, now a 6-0 run for the Spartans. The Bucks offense is slowed down, looking for a good look. O'Brien gives it up to Beck Reichen, now across court to Kudera. Spins as he works it against Cameron Davis, and Davis, great defense there. Conway, a bump, tries working it down low, has to give it up top to Eidsness. 8 to shoot for Yankton. Abe O'Brien with it, drives it, loses it, and they'll call a travel. And it will be a turnover. Spearfish basketball and a chance to take the lead back. It's been back and forth early here tonight. Game nears the halfway point. During our Vacher Yankton halftime show, we'll have our chat with either head coach Blake Savvy or one of the assistant coaches for the Gazelles. And then your halftime stats. Cameron Davis has it baseline, gives it up, driving with it, ball poked free. Beck Reichen the steal, his first of the night, and he's fouled. Reichen was moving quickly, and then he gets fouled, hit the deck, and Yankton will inbound here. $22 apiece, 2:46 to go in our first half. All tied up in a good one tonight. Reichen finds Owen Eidsness and gets it right back. Has some spacing with Conway in front of him. Buries a triple and his team back in the lead. Beck Reichen's shooting has certainly come on as of late here in the season. Cameron Davis up ahead, now Mason Southern into the corner, moves it Vavruska. They move it into the lane with Davis, rises up and scores over Conway. 25-24, Yankton a 1-point lead working on offense. Kudera has it again against Cameron Davis, drives with it, and you just can't stop him. It was great defense, but better offense. He's up to 15, pacing a 30-point performance. Mason Southern has it here for the Spartans. At the logo, moves it to the far side, drives, he's cut off to Vavruska. Now on the near side, it's Cameron Davis. A good look from three. It doesn't drop. An offensive rebound to the hands of Vavruska. He's able to rise up and score it for two more. 95 seconds to play in our first half. Yankton leads 27-26 in a good one so far. Beck Reichen with it. Gives it to Abe O'Brien at the elbow. Now Kudera, some spacing, and it bounces out. Kudera nearly had his fourth three of the night, and we're only in the first half. Up across ahead. A three with an offender in his face, splashing it in is Cade Vavruska. The Spartans back in the lead as we near the minute mark. 29-27, and now Mason Southern pokes it free from Beck Reichen and puts it in for two. What an answer by the Spartans after Yankton went on a 17-0 run. Now the Spartans lead 4. It's about an 18-second difference between shot and game clock. Kudera drives into the lane, just throws it up, can't finish the job there. Going the other direction, pass was tipped and will bounce out of bounds, and possession will stay with the Spartans here. Miles Drotzman checks in. And Abe O'Brien to the bench. 32.5 seconds here. Down low, they get it in. Eidsness immediately gets on to Gibbs. Out to Vavruska. Short on that three-point attempt. And Yankton a chance to close the gap as we will enter the halftime show. 16 seconds in the first half. 31-27. Spearfish currently leads Yankton. Beck Reichen has it, hands it off. Owen Eidsness to the free throw line. Ball is put on the floor. Owen keeps it, gives it up to Jackson Kudera. Rises above, swishes it in, nothing but net. And he'll finish the the half with 17 points. 31-29 your score. And Yankton trails Spearfish in a good one here on a senior night tonight. Again, we're looking to hear from either head coach Blake Savvy or one of the assistant coaches of the Gazelles. We'll also have your halftime stats. And we took care of the halftime beyond the game earlier during the Gazelles half, brought to you by Kalen's Indoor Comfort, Heating, and Air Conditioning. We'll step aside for a moment, and when we return, the Vacher Yankton halftime show on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
Interior technicians.
Jerry,
I need your help. I'm in a real pickle.
How can we help? We clean carpets, furnace and duct cleaning, mold remediation, fire restoration, water damage restoration, office cleaning, and much more.
No, Jerry, I'm in a real pickle. I'm stuck and I can't get out. Hang on, I'll send you a pic so you can see what I mean.
Oh my gosh. When you need it clean, call the Intech team, fixing pickles since 1984.
At Anytime Fitness Yankton, your fitness journey starts with one step, and Anytime Fitness will be with you every step of the way. Open 24 hours a day with top-of-the-line equipment and guidance you need to reach your goals. Plus, your membership gives you access to every Anytime Fitness gym anywhere. No matter your goals, no matter the time, you belong at Anytime Fitness Yankton. Located at 2509 Fox Run Parkway. Start today at Anytime Fitness, where your fitness journey never stops.
And as we enter the Vichay Yankton halftime show, a little harder to hear with a drum line going on, but now joined by head coach Blake Savvy of the Yankton Gazelles. Coach, a 32-29 loss for your team, but kept up with one of the better teams in the state yet again. What are your thoughts on what went on the floor tonight?
I thought our defensive effort was really admirable and nothing to hang our heads about. You know, we played really good defense for 4 quarters, whether we were in the full court or the half court. Offensively, you know, there's going to be nights where shots just don't fall. And, player movement, ball movement, maybe both could have been a little bit better. But at the same time, I think we were 11 for 40. And the ball needs to fall a few more times, especially in a 3-point game, right? And so we had our opportunities, and that's what we have to, at the end of the day, recognize is that we hung with them, we defended well, and we needed a few more shots to fall.
And a player who really played well late game, Jocelyn Elwood, ended up with 7 points, had a rejection, but I believe it was 4 of her 7 came in that fourth quarter during crunch time and played really well.
Yeah, I thought she did a good job just attacking the rim. We were kind of missing that. I would say, the missing ingredient would have been ball player movement and then just rim pressure, and I thought that she did a good job getting to the rim a few times, reading the defense, splitting defenders, and attacking off of their switching. And then, she spotted up and hit a big-time 3, too, that kind of helped us stay within reach. And so I thought she had a really good game. And, yeah, I would agree. On the offensive and defensive side, she stepped up tonight.
And now coming up, you've got the Douglas Patriots tomorrow. Trying to close out your season with a win. What are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I mean, we want to make sure that we go play well. I think we're dealing with some stomach bugs a little bit on the team, and so we're going to go make sure that they get some rest tonight. They're feeling okay tomorrow and ready to rock. But, we want to close out the season strong. Again, I think that's a 3rd game in a row where the defensive effort was very strong, and again, effort can't be knocked at all in this game. And so tomorrow we want to have the same defensive effort. We hope we see a little bit more ball player movement and the ball falls in the hoop a little bit more. But it's a big game as far as seed points and still grabbing and fighting. It's going to come down to tenths of a point, and so we want to make sure we go do everything in our favor.
And you kind of touched on the defense. The downside of a 32-29 game is your offense didn't put up much points, but your defense kept a Spearfish team to only 32 points in a game. What worked so well on that side of the floor?
Well, I thought they did a good job communicating and just switching everything, and our perimeter defense was really good. They've got some girls that can shoot the ball, and I think we limited that for the most part. And then when they were driving, I thought we did a good job just switching on to girls and helping if we needed, and then playing from there. And so when we play team defense, I think we can play quick and play like that. And really good things on the defensive end. And I thought when we were in the full court, we did a good job taking smart risks and knowing when to trap as well.
And what would it mean to you and the team to end the season with a victory tomorrow?
A lot, we know that, hey, we get another week onto this thing, and that's a big deal. But we want to make sure that we're feeling good going into that week. And so tomorrow's just a day where we want to make sure that offensively, defensively, we're executing, we're putting our best foot forward, and making sure that, the strengths that we've had all year, we continue to work towards them and see them come out tomorrow.
All right, Coach, appreciate the time as always. We'll talk with you tomorrow, and good luck in the game tomorrow.
Thank you.
And again on our Vichet Yankton halftime show, you heard head coach Blake Savvy of the Gazelles, and you probably heard a lot of drumming going on as I probably heard a good 10 words of that interview. But of course, what matters is that it got across on Yankton, streaming on YouTube and Classic Hits 106.3. We'll take another quick break. When we return, we'll continue on with the Vichet Yankton halftime show as I quick tally up some halftime stats.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small, just as it should be. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose, a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of choices to make sure you have the perfect coverage to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
Welcome to Wall of Fame, where style meets customization, specializing in crafting custom clothing and print shirts. We ensure every stitch and every print is of the highest quality, so you get the best clothes every time. We're here for all your promotion needs, and the best part, our process is seamless. Simply share your designs with us and we'll handle the rest. Get custom clothes for the best price. Wall of Fame.
Triple Time Rudy's on the corner of 16th and Broadway, Yankton. Stop in and check out their wide variety of items. Grab some snacks, whether you want chips, popcorn, or something sweet, they have it. Ice cold beverages, or when you need that boost in the morning, coffee. You can also grab the best locally produced meats, meat sticks, and cheeses in the area, guaranteed fresh. For those hot days, grab a Freezy too. Get all your car needs and 5 cents off a gallon when using cash. All at Triple Time Rudy's, Yankton.
The Bonesetter Chiropractic, Yankton. I'm Dr. TJ Stotes. When you need chiropractic, we're here. We use a hands-on approach, decompression traction, electrical stimulation, acupuncture, and state-of-the-art examination techniques. We're happy to offer exercise and supplement advice as well. The Bonesetter Chiropractic, 215 Mulberry, Suite 9, Yankton. Call or text 605-401-5701. Bringing you comfort when there's discomfort.
Now time for the Vichet Yankton Halftime Show. Vichet, define the world's future. Vichet electronic components bring to life the world's most important products. Products that touch lives everywhere, every day. Vichet, building the DNA of tech. Now, back to courtside for all the game trends, stats, and more.
And this is your Vichet Yankton halftime show with your halftime score, 31-29. Spartans currently leading the Yankton Bucks, but it has been a good one. Bucks trailed as much as 11, went on a 17-0 run. They led 6, and then it was a storm right back into it from the Spartans. Your halftime stats in this one, Beck Reichen with 5 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and a steal. A very good game so far for him. Owen Isis with 1 point, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, and 2 steals. A big first half for Jackson Cooter as he closes out with 17 points and 4 rebounds. 2 points for Abe O'Brien, and to round off the Bucks starters, it is Austin Conway with 4 points and 2 rebounds. Coming off the bench, we've seen Ivan Hirschman with 1 rebound and Miles Drotzman 1 rebound, 1 assist, and 1 block, and it's just been a 7-player rotation for the Bucks, and that's not really all that uncommon for Yankton. They don't really go too deep in the bench unless they are in a blowout game. Usually they're going to go 7, maybe 8 deep with Grady Walder, and we've seen Tegan LaCroix, but LaCroix been out the last few games, and Bucks will be happy when they do return him to the floor. Again, it's 31-29 at your half with some score updates here around the state. As we'll start with girls AA. Brandon Valley beat Huron 54-35. Sioux Falls Jefferson topped Rapid City Central 67-57, which is good news for the Gazelles. They'll maybe have a chance to jump Central with a win tomorrow. Aberdeen Central beat Sioux Falls Lincoln 60-22. Roosevelt beat Pierre TF Riggs 56-51. Of course, earlier tonight, Spearfish beat Yankton 32-29 in a low scorer. Brookings beat Douglas 62-33, and Rapid City Stevens, the number 4 ranked team, beat Sioux Falls Washington, the number 3 ranked team, 52-36. In boys AA, number 1 ranked Sioux Falls Lincoln beat Aberdeen Central 81-41. Sioux Falls Roosevelt beat Pierre in a nail-biter 62-60. Huron beat Brandon Valley 60-45. Rapid City Stevens currently at half, losing to Sioux Falls Washington 45-35. And Rapid City Central leads Sioux Falls Jefferson 56-38 at the start of the fourth quarter. And here on the floor, 31-29, Spearfish leads. And the Spartans will start with the basketball as our third quarter is officially underway here in Spearfish and on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. Spartans move it right to left as you watch it on Yankton streaming on YouTube. Around the horn, they move it to the hands of Mason Southern. Now driving with it, and a carry called. You don't see that called very much in the modern game of basketball, but it's going to turn it over for the Bucks here tonight. So Yankton, their first offensive possession of the second half, they move it left to right. Beck-Reichen has it, Conway hands it off, Kudera fouled, gets the three! Jackson Kudera, a chance for a 4-point play. As the replay you watch brought to you by Yankton Winnelson, second generation, family owned and supporting the local community, including Yankton Athletics since 1981. Cameron Davis, the foul, his first personal, and Kudera gives his team the lead, and for the free throw, stays cold, but either way, his team in the lead. Kudera's already up to 20 points in the game tonight. 32-31, Yankton leads, 7:18 to go in our first quarter of action. Down low, a great look for the Spartans, and scoring it, Cooper Gibbs. So back and forth here to open our third quarter, as we're not quite a minute in. Eidsness drives with it to the hoop, tries floating it, can't get that one to drop. Spartans take it the other direction. Bucks on defense, looking to keep it lower scoring than that first half. Short jumper there to the hands of Abe O'Brien, his first rebound of the game. Beck-Reichen gives it to Kudera. Kudera trying to find any spacing, brings it baseline, scores yet again. Jackson Kudera out of his mind. 22 points with 6.5 to play yet in the third quarter, and his team the 34-33 lead. A pull-up jumper and a smooth release from Vavruska puts his team back on top. The scoring has been fast and furious to start in this third quarter. Yankton trails one with 6:12 to go in our third set of action. Abe O'Brien will give it to Beck-Reichen. Reichen now to Eidsness, who brings it up to the top end of the lane, swings it out. Beck-Reichen steps it back, short on the three attempt. Had a good look on the step back, just couldn't quite get it to drop. With it here, the Spartans, and it's on the floor, diving on it, Jackson Kudera, but Eidsness ends up with it, swings it out, Beck-Reichen, another three attempt off the back iron, it goes into the hands of Conway, the rebound. Yankton a chance to reset up. Kudera with it, drives it to the lane, goes up strong, can't finish it, and he is not fouled, but Spartans had the basketball out of bounds. It'll stay with Yankton. Five and a half to go in our third quarter. 35-34, Spartans lead. On our Fox stop of Yankton scoreboard, that is. Eidsness thought about the three, decided on the second attempt. Ball knocked out of bounds after his shot was tipped. It stays with Yankton, only 4 seconds off the shot clock. Beck-Reichen here to inbound. Bucks with their third opportunity on this offensive set. Certainly would like to take advantage as Beck-Reichen swings it around, bounced around before dropping off onto the left side of the rim. And no score for Yankton. Besides having multiple offensive boards, driving with it, Vavruska had a good look. It was halfway down, popped out, and O'Brien brought it in. Eidsness with it, drives, gives it to Conway. Conway wants nothing to do with it on the perimeter. Is driving here, Abe O'Brien. Got a good look at the rim, but he was fouled beforehand. It's the second team foul on Spearfish of this quarter. First on Vavruska as Miles Drotzman checks in for Austin Conway. Beck Reichen gives it into Abe O'Brien, gets it right back, runs it up to the free throw line, stops. Another banked in triple now. Jackson Kudera, his 5th of the night already. Jackson Kudera, I'd say he's pretty good at basketball. 25 points already for him, 4.5 to play in our third quarter. Cross to the near side, Cameron Davis. Davis bounces it in to Mason Southern, right back out. The answer, triple for the Spartans, short. Kudera the rebound. Up ahead, Yankton moves it. Eidsness with it. Gives it up, Jackson Kudera spins with it. He draws a crowd, loses the basketball, and now the Spartans put it on the hardwood. They've still got a 3-on-2, and a foul here, Miles Drotzman. It's a good foul, and will send Cameron Davis to the line. Force him to shoot it, and if you're going to foul him, make sure he doesn't score it. And that's what Drotzman did. He kind of threw Davis onto the floor. First one drops, it's back to a 1-point game. Appreciate you tuning in tonight. I'm Zach Spear on Yankton, streaming on YouTube and Classic Hits 106.3. Glad to be broadcasting Yankton Athletics as the second one rolls off and peels into the hands of Eidsness. Yankton keeps a 1-point lead after the missed free throw. Kudera has it. A couple steps beyond the perimeter, and he's guarded by Vavruska. Just throws it up, and he's fouled. Free throws coming up as Kudera helped off the ground by his team. He's nearing a 30-point performance in the third quarter. Vavruska picks up his second, team's third in the third quarter. Kudera, no good on the first of two. He's 0 for 2 from free throws, and he's already made 5 threes. It's kind of the same as against Brookings. It's a little odd. He likes that hand in his face. The next one does swish in, and Yankton back up to Kudera up to 26. Bucks have only made 2 free throws, and they scored off of a free throw in the first 15 seconds. Down low, Mason Southern has it against O'Brien. Gives it up out top. It'll go backcourt, and a violation and turnover on the Spartans. Yankton takes it back as they lead 38-36, 3:38 to go in our third quarter of action. Drotzman inbound, and it's knocked out of bounds right into one of the poor Bucks on the bench's face. You got a feel for him. He's not even in the play, and he's getting knocked up in the... Kudera gets it into Owen Eidsness. He'll spin it up to the three-point line. Now down low, Jackson Kudera goes up with it, scores yet again. He's up to 28. 2 more and he's got 30. 40-36, Yankton leads. Kudera has 28 of his team's 40. With it, Vavruska with it. Now to the hands of Davis, kicks it out, Vavruska. Up top to Southern, 12 to shoot for the Spartans. He'll take a screen, Vavruska fakes the 3. Down low, Gibbs can't get the bucket to drop to the hands of Beck Reichen. Yankton moves it quickly, and Kudera, 30-point performance in the first 3 quarters. Jackson Kudera, 30 points, 5 rebounds, and a timeout called by the Spartans. Another Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break here. Bucks lead it by 6. It's 42-36 on our Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard when we return.
Starting the first bank in South Dakota was the easy part, earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
Back on the floor, and I repeat, Jackson Kudera, a 30-point performance. Our third quarter's not even over, and the best part, he's a sophomore. Just think of how good this kid is. The sky is the limit for Jackson Kudera. You've got to imagine college basketball is in the future for him, and he has put his team on his back here tonight. 5 triples, and 30 points off of 1 free throw, might I add. That is insane efficiency out of any player. Spartans with the basketball, 2:42 to play in our third quarter. They trail 42-36. Yankton up 6, and after trailing, it's been back and forth. A game of runs, as they say. Southern had a good look from 3, but passes up the opportunity. Davis bounces it in. Cross-court pass to the hands of Carson Sire, buries a triple. His team back within 3, and that's exactly. Every time Yankton gets a hefty lead, the Spartans come up with a big bucket to get right back into it. Kudera with it, drives it to the basket. He's going to lose the basketball. It goes the other way. A 2-on-1 and the layup. Too much on it. Miles Drotzman, a big rebound there. That saved points for the Bucks defense. A quick jumper. Eidsness, his first field goal, and making his second as he quick steals it and scores it for 2 more. All of a sudden, Yankton up 7 points. Eidsness 4 steals. Beck Reichen, by the way, up to 7 assists on the night. 5 of them going to Kudera. Tough bucket there on the other side. Thomas Hughes scores it. 46-41 after back-to-back-to-back buckets. Under 90 seconds to play in our third quarter. This is going to be a good one in the final 8 as Miles Drotzman walks with it. Cooper Gibbs checks in for the Spartans. Spearfish with the basketball in a 5-point deficit they try to work against. Eidsness, he'll grab a foul and picks up his second. And the Spartans will recheck it in. And under 80 seconds to go in our third quarter. Driving with it and giving it up. Cameron Davis into the lane. He's got a swarm of Bucks around him. Gives it up into the hands of Beck Reichen, his second steal of the night. He'll bring it coast to coast, and his team up 48-41 in the final minute of action here in the third quarter. Up top, Thomas Hughes takes the screen, bounces it in. Now a quick jumper and a tough 2 there for Carson Sire. Spartans, like I said, every time the Bucks end up getting a decent lead, it feels like the Spearfish Spartans will answer with just a tough shot to get right back into it, and that is the reason why they've got 14 wins. 25 seconds to go in the third quarter, 18 seconds on the shot clock. Yankton wants to use as much of that as possible and not give the Spartans any good look here or just minimize their opportunities. Reichen takes the screen from Kudera. 6 to shoot here for the Bucks. Kudera steps it back for 33 off the front of the iron. It goes. Spartans bring it in, and way early they take a 3-court heave. Kudera gets the rebound up ahead, and the Bucks unable to get a shot up with about 6 seconds to go. The Spartans just heaved it, not realizing there was enough time. 8 minutes to go in this one. It's 48-43. Bucks lead on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Authentic Mexican food goods with the family touch is here in Yankton at Angela's Mexican Store. From fresh produce and meats to the spices and the snacks you miss from home. Traveling or just moved? No problem. They accept money from many different countries. Check out the different kinds of money on the wall. Family owned, family loved. They treat you like family. Angela's Mexican Store, where culture meets community. Stop in today.
Les Schwab Tires, located at 2809 Broadway in Yankton. It's the place to buy tires with all different tread types to fit your needs and rims ready to make your vehicle shine. Not only do they sell tires, they fix them too. Flats, brakes, alignments, and more. You can feel confident that your car will be taken care of. No waiting for your tires, they should have them in stock. If you're looking for tractor or semi-tires, those are available too. Les Schwab Tires, where the sign says it all.
8 minutes to play. It's 48-43. The Bucks leading the Spearfish Spartans in a good one here tonight. I'm Zach Spear on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube. A very special thank you to my wife, Madeline Spear, who's made the trip out here with me and doing a wonderful job operating my camera and helping out with the stream. 8 minutes to go here. Fourth quarter officially underway. Bucks will start with the basketball here. They lead 48-43. With it, Owen Eidsness. Gives it in to Austin Conway, who hands it off. Cooter pump fakes the three, and when he gets it, that defense knows. Conway trying to bring it down. His pass taken the other direction. Up ahead, the Spartans move quickly, and they'll score it. The first two of the fourth quarter for Carson Sire. Yankton sprints it down from the floor. Jackson Cooter buries his sixth triple of the night. Jackson Cooter is up to 33 points, and his team leads 51-45. The hot hands of the game for the Bucks might as well be called the Cooter Award if he keeps this up. And a throw down alley-oop slam for the Spartans. Did not see that one coming. Eidsness gives it out to Drotzman. Drotzman loses the basketball and a foul. This might be the most exciting game I've seen all season long. Cooter, a 33-point performance, and from beyond the perimeter, an alley-oop slam from the Spartans. It just doesn't get much better than that. Foul goes against the Spartans. Yankton will keep possession a minute into the fourth quarter. 51-47, Yankton leads. Conway gets it right back to Cooter. Cooter rises above, no good. Austin Conway, the offensive rebound, has it stripped free. Spartans with it, into the corner three. Carson Sire trying to keep his team in it, couldn't quite get it to go. Bucks a chance to extend their 4-point lead. It's just enough to keep the Spartans at an arm's reach. Owen Eidsness with it, gives it to Cooter, who falls to the floor. Beck Reichen pump fakes the three, tries to step back, didn't get enough separation, and another foul on Spearfish. Their second personal of the quarter, and the first to go against Cooper Gibbs of the night. Some boo birds from the Spartans crowd as they've got two fouls here already, less than 2 minutes into the fourth quarter. Beck Reichen lofts it in, gets it to Conway, gets it right back, finds some space beyond the perimeter, no good. And the Spartans, a chance to make it a one-possession game. Conway passes or hits it out of bounds. They'll say it's Yankton basketball. And I'm not sure. That one looked like Conway straight swatted it out of bounds, and this Spartans crowd might not like that call. Coach Haynes and his team may be thinking they got away with one, but they'll certainly take it here tonight. It's a tough job being a ref. I think they've done a great job here tonight. They've let the teams play and been pretty consistent. Eidsness with it, loses the basketball, somehow finds it in his hands and with no defender on him. Puts his team up 6, 53-47. It is a 6-point lead for the Bucks under 6 minutes to play on our Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard. Mason Southern setting up his team's offense. Now has it, kicks it to the far side, down low, they move it. Pass, down low, taken away. Owen Eidsness, the steal, brings it the other direction, kicks it out. Beck Reichen for three, money! Beck Reichen puts his team up 9. 56-47. Eidsness got a hand on that one. He is making life a living you-know-what for Mason Southern. He has got to be one of the best perimeter defenders in AA basketball. Across on the near side, up top, around the horn, it moves. Thomas Hughes gets it down low, and another tough bucket for Carson Sire. What a player, the junior for the Spartans. He came off the bench now. Normally starts, I was told, but with senior night, didn't tonight. But man, he has really helped his team's case here. Kudera's drawing a double off ball. He's getting the Steph Curry treatment right now. Drotzman drives into the lane, kicks it out, Abe O'Brien. O'Brien wants to drive with it and just lofts it up Beck Reichen. 10 to shoot here for Yankton as Beck drives with it, spins it, throws it up, an awkward looking shot, and falls on the near side of the rim to the hands of the Spartans. Spearfish trails 7. It is not desperation time yet. They just need to get their offense rolling here. Down low, they move it, and a good look, Sire. He gets the tough ones to drop, but misses the easy one. On the offensive rebound, Cooper Gibbs, he's fouled then. The Bucks will send him to the line. Jackson Kudera picks up his second personal, team's first. I think that's only the third foul against Yankton all night. There's not been many fouls overall in this one. Free throw misses. First free throw, no good. The Bucks going to keep their squad out there. And the next shot, no good as well, but the rebound sent out of bounds. Abe O'Brien was fighting with Cameron Davis for it, and the Spartans keep it here. Gibbs missed both, but another opportunity for Spearfish. They give it up top. Gibbs with it beyond the perimeter. Now to Bennett Corton, nearly lost the basketball, goes in for a layup, can't get it to drop. Drotzman down the floor, moves it to Kudera. Kudera on the logo for the Bucks. Gives it to Beck Reichen. This Yankton offense just looking to keep the pressure on the Spartans. Abe O'Brien has it, 15 to shoot for Yankton. Abe tries driving at baseline, he's stopped. They bounce out to Kudera, pump fake the three, takes the screen, brings it the other way. Bounces it to Owen Eidsness, the three off the back iron, that one goes. Long rebound and poke free, Beck Reichen ends up with it. He didn't get the rebound, but he got a steal after Spearfish rebounded it. A timeout now on the floor for Coach Haynes and the Bucks. It's another Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. 3:13 to play. Bucks lead 56-49 here on the floor when we return.
MT and RC Smith Insurance has been a part of the Yankton community since 1949. Our agency would love to help you with your home, auto, business, life, and long-term care insurance needs.
We take pride in providing you with quality service when you have a claim or need to make changes to your coverage.
The MT and RC Smith Insurance Agency is flexible to meet with you in person or at the office at 204 West 4th Street. Give them a call for insurance changes, payments, claims, or service requests.
Craving something boss level delicious? Come out to Boss Pizza and Chicken, where flavor meets delicious and delicious meets drooling. Your taste buds won't be the same when you taste the bold flavors of Boss Pizza and Chicken. From crispy chicken to juicy burgers to handcrafted specialty pizzas, Boss has it all. Serving lunch and dinner Monday through Sunday starting at 11 o'clock. That's why they're the boss. Boss Pizza and Chicken, just waiting to crush your cravings.
3:13 to go in this one. Bucks with a 7-point lead over the 14-4 Spearfish Spartans. A win here tonight could certainly push Yankton up in the standings, if not get them awfully close. Bucks lead 56-49. They've got the basketball, just over 3 minutes to play here. Inbound gets into Beck Reichen. Reichen works against Mason Southern. Up ahead, he moves it. Abe O'Brien at the elbow. Takes a few dribbles, spins a few times, looking for something, goes up. What a pure move there, Abe O'Brien. His 4th points come at a big time in the game. Eidsness works against Southern. Pokes it free and called last second for a foul. It'll be the second on Yankton. And I can't say I disagree with the foul. I think it probably is the right call there. Of course, you'd love to see it end up with the Bucks. Eidsness picks up his second, and now I think it's up to 5. total in the game for Yankton, so no foul trouble, really. Southern has it to the far side. He works it. Now on the near side, Cameron Davis, lots of ball movement. Carson Sire buries another triple, and a timeout will be called now on the other side for Spearfish, who's just narrowed that gap to 6, 58-52. Another Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. 2:37 to play. Bucks with a 6-point lead, but these Spartans not going away without a fight. We'll return with the final 2.5 minutes in a moment. This one's a good one.
Warmer days are coming, and sooner or later your air conditioning will need to kick in as well. But what if it doesn't? Well, don't wait. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling. With 43 years in the business, we're very knowledgeable on what we do and how we serve our customers. You can rest assured that when you call day or night, someone will always pick up the call. Join our elite club today and become a priority member. Skip the line, get discounts on services, and have no overtime fees. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling for expert service from factory-trained technicians.
Just over 2.5 to play in this one. 52-58. Yankton Bucks in the lead over the Spartans, and it is Bucks basketball. If you're not tuned in, or you know someone who's not, you better tell them tune in, because this is going to be a good 2.5 minutes of basketball. Kudera with it. He's got a 33-piece right now. Brings it down the floor against Cameron Davis. They won't give him an inch of separation, even on the opposite side of the floor. Abe bounces it in. Kudera, spinner, off the backside, gets the kind iron. He's up to 35. Kudera already was at his season high, just adds to the total as his team crosses the 60-point mark. And these aren't easy shots. He just gets them all to drop, and I don't know how. Up ahead, the Spartans with it. Bennett Corton with some space, gives it up. Sire, another tough bucket. Some pressure from the Spartans and this Bucks squad looking to bring it across the floor. Beck Reichen swings it to Owen Eidsness, slips through the defenders, gets it out to Kudera. Yankton slows things down. Under 100 seconds to play. They lead 60-54. Owen Eidsness kicks it out. Beck Reichen. Reichen wanted to give it to Kudera. Kudera's just got no space. 7 to shoot here for Yankton. Drotzman drives with it, has some room, scores it! But an offensive foul turns it around. Miles Drotzman the charge. That would have been an and one if it was the other direction. A huge play by this Spartans defense. Spearfish a chance to make it a one-possession game with 82 seconds to play. Ball is inbounded. Bennett Corton. Eidsness follows him all the way down the floor. Around the perimeter, the Spartans move it. And now Corton kicks it back out into the corner. Cameron Davis right back up top. The dead on three is left short. Kudera brings in the rebound. Bucks with it. Kudera is 2 rebounds away from a double-double, might I add. Eidsness gets it down low. Drotzman scores it! Drotzman, his first score of the night, couldn't have come at a better time. On the other side, the Spartans score immediately. And it remains a 6-point game with 45 seconds to play here. And another timeout called by Coach Schultz of the Spartans. Another Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. When we return, the Bucks lead this one 62-56.
Slumberland Furniture at 2401 Broadway in Yankton, home of Kirkland Furniture Group's, bedroom groups by Laguna, and dining sets by Tower and Catadel. They're also the only place to offer furniture by Flex Steel and the biggest selection of Lazy Boy in the area. The Mattress Gallery is full of the best brand name mattresses in the business, including the all-new Tempur-Pedic Active Breeze personalized climate-controlled mattress. Slumberland Furniture, dining, bedroom sets, and mattresses in Yankton.
Tough to get games this good. To get 2 in one night, well, consider ourselves lucky. 45.5 seconds to play in this one. Bucks lead 62-56 over Spearfish here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. It's been a long night, but these games giving me plenty of energy to keep it going here. the Bucks trying to pull off what would be considered an upset. But if you've been watching the teams as of lately, it's hard to call it an upset for these Bucks, who have really just played out of their minds their last few games, coming off of win after win. They've won 4 of their last 5, trying to make it 5 of their last 6 against this 14-win Spearfish team. Full court pressure now from the Spartans that Yankton will need to break. They get it into Miles Drotzman, bounces it to Eidsness. They break the press and now can chew a little clock. Beck Reichen is fouled, and that one used a good 6 seconds before the Spartans pick up their 3rd foul of the quarter. They've got 1 more to give before bonus free throws. That'll be foul number 4 on Bennett Corton. 1 more, and he's fouled out of the game. Owen Eidsness will give it to Kudera, and Kudera's fouled. That is now the 4th foul from the Spartans in the quarter, and it goes against Cameron Davis. Feels like Yankton can just seal this game away if they can make free throws and not turn the ball over. Eidsness inbounding it, gets it in, Abe O'Brien, who's immediately fouled. It is officially bonus free throw time for the Bucks. Abe O'Brien heads to the line. I think it's Carson Sire picking up his 3rd personal. Abe O'Brien has 4 points, averages 6.5 on the season, can get up to 6 here with a couple of free throws. These are crucial for Yankton right now, and O'Brien makes the first of 2. Now, it'll remain, even if he goes 2 for 2, a 2-possession game, but you certainly feel better about a 6-point lead than 4, as it forces your opponent into taking 3-point attempts. O'Brien 2 for 2, no problem for the senior. Down the other side, Spartans want to move it quickly. We cross into the 30-minute mark. A 3, Miles Drotzman got a hand on it! Miles Drotzman deflected the shot into the hands of Beck Reichen. Drotzman, his 2nd rejection of the night, and Coach Haynes could not be happier with his junior. There is a reason Drotzman's playing on the floor right now, and that right there, it looked like it was going to be a wide open look for Cameron Davis. What closeout defense for Miles Drotzman. At the line now, Beck Reichen. Reichen to make it a 2-possession game. He does just that. Bucks lead 65-56. Reichen's next, bounces high off and doesn't drop. Spartans will be forced to just sprint it down and try anything. Driving with it, Bennett Corton put too little on that one. Strips it free, misses his 2nd attempt. Lots of time is being used. Cameron Davis steps it back. His triple's good. A timeout called, and the final timeout called here on the floor for Coach Schultz. And it is a full timeout. And I had it with a closer game than the score here on the board. They've got it at 65-59. I apologize as trying to play-by-play stats and keep up with the scoreboard. A 6-point lead, though, for Yankton here late in this one. 7.5 to play and no more timeouts for Spearfish. Yankton can ice this game with 2 free throws. In 30 seconds, we'll return with the remainder of the game.
Doctors Lane, Reed, and Cole Swatsky make up the SWAT Chiropractic team. Check out their new location at 2000 Summit Street, Yankton, South Dakota. At SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, they'll treat your neck and back pain, headaches and migraines, plantar fasciitis, sciatica, sports injuries, elbow, knee, rotator cuff, nerve injuries, and more. SWAT Chiropractic, specialized wellness and therapy. Let them get you ready for wherever life leads you.
As we return, 7.5 seconds to play, 65-59. Bucks lead and really are just going to need to inbound it. And the Spartans didn't realize that you're actually able to switch who inbounds it. Spearfish didn't know that, and they thought it was an out-of-bounds pass, and that will just wrap it up here on the floor tonight. Your final score, the Bucks winning 65-59. 59. In the first half, they trailed as much as 11, went on a 17-0 run to take a 6-point lead, and from then on it was nothing but back and forth. What a game tonight. The Bucks stay hot, and you've got to like their odds heading into tomorrow against the Douglas Patriots, as this Yankton Bucks team is one of the last teams anyone in the Sodak 16 wants to see at their home court come next Saturday. Again, your final score 65-59. Bucks win this one. We'll take a break. When we return, our First Dakota National Bank post-game show, your final stats, and a chat with a should-be-happy head coach Chris Haynes, who, again, his team is humming at the right time. Spartans dropped to 14-5, still a great record for them on the year. Bucks advanced to 7-12, and this is just a huge win as far as seed points go. We'll see tomorrow if it's enough to jump them into the 12 spot or not. We'll be back in a moment. Appreciate you tuning in. I'm Zach Spear on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
There's a whole new world out there. It's called the off-road, and it's waiting to be explored in a Polaris. So gear up to make every moment count with the Polaris off-road vehicle. The new Polaris models are now available at Stockman's Motorsports in Yankton. No matter the weather, get ready to tackle all the trails. With machines like these, your world just gets bigger. Stop in at Stockman's Motorsports today to learn more about the epic new Polaris off-road lineup.
Imagine working for a successful global business with customers in 140 countries. That's Vishay Intertechnology, a Fortune 1000 maker of electronic componentry. Now imagine a company of that size with that kind of stability and a caring family-like environment. Learn more about what you can do at Vishay by visiting VishayCareers.com. Vishay is an equal opportunity employer. Vishay, the DNA of tech.
When you need top-notch appliances that last, trust the experts at Murph's Appliance. From washers and dryers to refrigerators, they have all the trusted brands to keep your home running smoothly. At Murph's, you'll find Maytag appliances built for durability and service you can count on. Whether it's a new oven or a repair, they're there for you every step of the way. Stop on down to Murph's Appliance, your local Maytag dealer in Vermilion. Maytag and Murph's, reliable just like you.
This is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality health care, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
I should have had those brakes checked at Graham Tire. It's all about safety. Tire mounting, balancing, wheel alignment, and shocks and struts and batteries, oil changes, and lube service. Graham Tire does these every day. And there's over an acre of tires. Graham Tire has them all, big and small. Tires for cars, trucks, campers, trailers, big rigs, and tracks. Honesty and integrity is a matter of pride since 1951. Graham Tire, Yankton.
Midwest Insurance Agency values family. Our agency has been family-run for over 60 years. We pride ourselves on excellent, knowledgeable customer service. This day and age, everyone is so eager to have an immediate response with a quote. But at Midwest Insurance, we take our time and evaluate your assets and make sure you are properly insured. We take those what-ifs very seriously. As we continue on our family business with hopes of our children, Brooke or Jet, taking over in the future, we will continue to be there for you always. Come be a part of our family. Midwest Insurance Agency, 3016 Piper Street, Yankton.
Hi, it's Linda at Linda's Angel Crossing in Yankton. I carry Tribal, Lulu Bee, Ethel, Southern Lady, and Old Ranch. I have other brands too. The nursery has everything you need for babies. Copper pearl bibs, magnetic sleepers, swaddlers, bag sleepers, and baptism. Toddler clothing, boys and girls Under Armour to size 7, toys, little golden books, and other unique kids' toys. Linda's Angel Crossing, 1101 Broadway in Yankton.
Your final score, 65-59. A huge performance for the Bucks here tonight in Spearfish. It's time for your First Dakota National Bank post-game show. First Dakota has proudly supported the dreams and banking needs of their customers for over 150 years. They offer personal, business, and ag banking solutions for every stage of your journey, with 2 locations, downtown and North Broadway, Yankton. Your final stats in this one, Beck Reichen with 11 points, 5 rebounds, 7 assists, and 3 steals. Owen Eisen has 7 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 5 steals. Jackson Kudera, a career high, if I am remembering correctly, and I'd have a hard time thinking it's not a career high, 35 points, 8 rebounds. Abel Bryan with 6 points and 2 rebounds, and to round off the starters, Austin Conway, 4 points and 4 rebounds. Coming off the bench for the Bucks, didn't see a whole lot of players coming off the bench, but Ivan Hirschman with 1 rebound, and Miles Drotzman with 2 points, 3 rebounds, an assist, and 2 blocks. And quite honestly, Miles Drotzman might have had a game-winning block for the Bucks when Cameron Davis was in the corner 3. Looked like he was wide open, and really, out of nowhere, Miles Drotzman flies in, tips the shot into the hands of the Bucks, and was able to give Yankton a 3-possession lead as it led to Beck Reichen free throws to put the team up 8. What a performance for this Bucks team that, again, just playing as good as anyone in AA outside of maybe Sioux Falls Lincoln, because you go 20-0. I can't see anyone's played as well as you. It's now time for your Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton hot hands of the game. Yankton's original and most trusted heating and cooling professionals for over 76 years. Kaiser Heating and Cooling, 808 West 23rd Street of Yankton. This certainly is a game where I don't feel like we really have to tell you who the hot hands of the game. I feel like this one might be a little bit obvious. Yet again, it is Jackson Kudera. You score 35 of your team's 65, and more likely than not, you're going to be the hot hands of the game. But I'm going to make up an award for Defensive Player of the Game, and it is going to go to Miles Drotzman for that block. But Jackson Kudera, you are tonight's hot hands of the game, brought to you by Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton. 35 points, 8 rebounds. You can't really play much better than a near 35-point double-double. What a great game for the Bucks to knock off the 14-4 Spearfish Spartans. And Coach Haynes, you got to give him all the credit in the world. He's got his guys believing, buying into the system, and that's part of the battle. You've got to have them believing that they can do great things. And when you start off, it was, not to sugarcoat it, it was a rough start to the season for the Bucks. And kind of felt like talking with Coach Haynes, a lot of the same questions and kind of same answers. And, it gets tough. And that is really when you make the decision. We're either done for the season and we're just not going to make anything of it, or you do exactly what these Bucks have done here this year. They took it on the chin, and they did they've done everything they can to improve, get better game in, game out, and we might have just seen their best game of the season with a big victory over a 14-win Spearfish Spartans team. And the thing is, Spartans have a good chance of winning to close out the regular season. That would give them 15 wins, which puts them in the highest level for seed points for this Bucks team. Now, for now, it'll be 47 seed points, but if Spearfish wins their final regular season game, which I believe is against Brookings tomorrow, it will give Yankton 50 seed points and just boost their chances heading into the SODAC 16. Bucks win 65-59, your final score. We'll step aside for a moment. When we return, we'll have some updated scores around the state, and then our chat with head coach Chris Haynes. This is Bucks basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank of Yankton on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Welcome to JR's Oasis, your one-stop food and gas shop. Proud to serve Phillips 66 regular, premium, and diesel fuel. After fueling, go inside for slushies and shakes, ice cream cones, and now offering a full line of healthy, chilled items and snacks. JR's hot menu is great for breakfast, lunch, and supper, featuring the famous Hammer Breakfast Sandwich and fresh hand patty burgers. Try the new Cafe Tango frozen coffees for that extra boost of deliciousness. JR's Oasis, East Highway 50, Yankton.
If you want
want somebody to come into your home and fix everything right the first time, look professional, act professional, treat you with respect, you gotta call Kaylin's. When they come in, I feel that they want to be there. I feel that they want to help me.
You know, they put on the little booties over their shoes. They had canvas from the garage door all the way down to walk on. They left the furnace room in the basement probably cleaner than it was when they came in.
They just do customer service very well. I would recommend Kaylin's to anyone.
From simple sniffles to complex health conditions, the primary care providers at Yankton Medical Clinic will not only see you for your annual visits, screenings, and preventative care, but also provides care for the entire family, from pediatrics to adults. With 4 clinic locations and 15 outreach locations throughout South Dakota and Nebraska, compassionate, quality medical care is closer than you think. For more information on providers, services, and locations, visit our website, yanktonmedicalclinic.com.
If you're into hunting, fishing, towing, or just want to blaze the trail, All Seasons has ATVs, UTVs, dirt bikes, and scooters from quality brands like Honda, Yamaha, and CF Moto. Needing watercraft? All Seasons has a large selection of quality boats and wave runners, and we take pride in service after the sale. We have friendly certified technicians that will winterize, summarize, diagnose, and repair your power sports equipment. In business for over 20 years for good reasons. We're All Seasons, Power Sports and Marine in Yankton.
Do you like to read? I love to read. So does Raven Books, your unique bookstore in Yankton, where you'll find thousands of books from brand new to gently used oldies but goodies, all at unbeatable prices. Trade in your old favorites for credit and be able to explore something new. Whether you're a casual reader or a bookworm, Raven Books is your next chapter, located at 804 Bill Baggs Road. Raven Books, where every book finds a home.
And back on our First Go to National Bank post-game show, Yankton Bucks with a 65-59 victory over the Spearfish Spartans, and again, might be the biggest win of the season for these Bucks, who are playing just out of their minds right now. And it feels like if things had started clicking earlier in the year, what this team really could have been. Some scores around the state as most games look like they have wrapped up. We'll start in girls AA. Brandon Valley defeated Huron. The final score 54-35. Sioux Falls Jefferson, and a pretty close one against Rapid City Central, 67-57. Aberdeen Central defeated Sioux Falls Lincoln 60-22. Sioux Falls Roosevelt in a tight one against Pierre TF Riggs. The final score 56-51. Earlier on the floor tonight, we saw the Gazelles fall to Spearfish 32-29. Number 4 ranked Rapid City Stevens defeated number 3 ranked Sioux Falls Washington 52-36. And in the final game in girls AA action, Brookings beat Douglas 62-33. In boys AA, number 1 ranked Sioux Falls Lincoln completes their 20-0 regular season, defeating Aberdeen Central 81-41. Number 3 ranked Sioux Falls Roosevelt hardly pulling away from Pierce 62-60 in that one, the final. Number 2 ranked Huron defeats Brandon Valley, who was receiving votes 60-45. A high-scoring one here. Sioux Falls Washington defeats Rapid City Stevens 91-75. Rapid City Central took down Sioux Falls Jefferson in an upset, 66-50. Douglas right now leads Brookings with under a minute to go in the ballgame, 59-56. And, of course, on the floor here tonight, the Bucks, a huge win over the Spearfish Spartans, 65-59. And, Coach, I apologize, you got to walk so far here to get up here, but I got to imagine pretty happy with the outcome here tonight. A huge win, and it feels like might be the best game we've seen from your team at the right time.
Yeah, got down early. Spearfish jumped on us 16-5 when we called our second time out. And then, Jackson Kuda shot us right back in the game. He comes and hits 3 straight threes, and boom, right there, you're right back in the game. And we actually took a lead there, so we got it tied at the end of the first quarter. And I thought that was just huge. You could see at the quarter break that our guys were like, hey, we almost got like a second chance, second life here. And it's like, hey, just like 0-0 now, let's go play. And, Spearfish is hard to guard. They run really good stuff. Ben does a good job with them, and their guards are so hard to contain and keep out of the paint. And so we had to go to the zone tonight, and I thought that was really effective for us in helping us contain some of their penetration.
And I got to say, as you kind of touched on, a 17-0 run for your team in that first half. I mean, going on runs like that is going to win a lot of games.
Yeah, it was huge, and especially when you dig yourself a hole like that. We haven't done that in a while. And, we've started games out pretty well, if I can recall here recently. And so for our guys to get their composure, I think you got to give our 3 seniors a lot of credit. Tonight was kind of a microcosm of our season where things aren't going well early. And our seniors, they don't panic. And they've done a great job all season of leading us, and they did that again tonight.
And I got to say, we got big numbers with Kudera. We know he's great. We've talked about him a lot, and the seniors had a great job. Player I really wanted to shout out was Miles Drotzman.
Yeah.
Now, the numbers don't necessarily jump off the sheet. I felt he had a game-winning block down there. It looked like Cam had a wide-open look from 3. I'm not sure how he got there, deflected it, and it just felt like that clinched the game.
Yeah, he's really, athletic and quick, and in the middle of the zone there, he can cover a lot of ground. That's not supposed to be his assignment going all the way to the corner, but we were just kind of out of rotations in the zone, and he just kind of screened back there and Drott saw it and made a heck of a play. And he had some great rebounds too, defensive rebounds, where he got up and went and got the basketball. And so, yeah, he gave us great minutes off the bench tonight.
And now Douglas tomorrow to close out your regular season. Your thoughts on that matchup, and what would it mean to you should you come out with a win?
Yeah, we can't give away tonight, tomorrow afternoon. And, Douglas has got some guys that can score. They're long, they're athletic. And if you don't go in ready to play, you're going to find yourself in a dogfight and get knocked off. So the challenge, what we told them in the locker room is the challenge is, can we approach tomorrow's game? We have to approach it just like we've approached every game here like the last month that we've been playing.
All right, well, as always, appreciate the time, Coach. As you said, feels like your team just humming at the right time. 1 game to go, and then the Sodak 16. We'll be in chats with you. Appreciate the time.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Zach.
Again, you just heard from head coach Chris Haynes of the Yankton Bucks here after a 65-59 victory over the Spearfish Spartans. And that will pretty much wrap it up for us here tonight. We'll get you back to your regular programming on Classic Hits 106.3. And for the final time on Yankton streaming on YouTube, I'm Zach Spear. Big thank you to my wife, Madeline, for making the trip with me. And we'll be back tomorrow with more Bucks and Gazelles basketball against the Douglas Patriots on Fox Sports Radio 101.5 AM 1570 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. First game tips off at 1 o'clock Mountain Time, 2 o'clock Central Time. We'll be live 30 minutes beforehand as they take on the Douglas Patriots. Have a great rest of your night, and go Bucks and Gazelles.
This has been a presentation of Yankton High School basketball from 5 Star Communications. Thanks for tuning in, and join us next time for all Yankton athletics. Go Bucks and Gazelles!